This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me 3 months ago during what should have been just another boring night shift. I've been a police officer in Coldwater, Alabama for almost 7 years now. Small town, you know the type. Everyone knows everyone. Kids ride bikes until the streetlights come on, and the most excitement we usually get is breaking up high school parties or dealing with the occasional bar fight at Mac's Tavern. Night shifts here are typically uneventful. I'd cruise around town, check on businesses after closing, maybe catch a few kids making out at the lake. Nothing that would make your heart race. I'd gotten so used to the quiet that I'd started bringing books to read during the downtime. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 11, grabbed a coffee from the break room, and headed out in my cruiser. It was early October, and the weather had just started to turn. The kind of night where the fog rolls in thick from the creek that runs through town, making everything look like something out of an old horror movie. Around 1 in the morning, I was parked near the town square, half reading a Stephen King novel. Ironic, I know, when the call came through. At first I thought the radio was acting up. There was a lot of static, and the voice sounded distorted. But then I made out what the dispatcher was saying. "Officer Carter, we've got a 911 call from 421 Willow Lane." Caller reported screaming, and then the line went dead. I remember feeling my stomach drop. 421 Willow Lane was the old Jenkins house, abandoned for at least 15 years after the family just up and left one night. No explanation, no forwarding address. They just vanished. Over the years, it had become the subject of local ghost stories. Kids dared each other to spend the night there, and there were always rumors about weird lights or sounds coming from inside. "Karen, that house has been empty for years," I radioed back to dispatch. "Probably just some teenagers messing around." "Call came from a landline registered to that address, James," Karen replied. Her voice sounded tense. "Protocol says you need to check it out." I sighed and started the engine. 10-4, heading there now. Willow Lane sits at the edge of town where the neat rows of suburban homes give way to thicker woods. The Jenkins house was the last one on the street, set back from the others and partially obscured by overgrown trees. As I drove closer, the fog seemed to thicken, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. I had to creep along, my headlights barely cutting through the dense white mist. When I finally pulled up to the house, I sat in my car for a minute, just staring. I'm not superstitious, never have been. But something about that place made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was a big Victorian-style home, 3 stories tall with a wraparound porch. The white paint had long since peeled away, leaving the wood beneath exposed to the elements. Most of the windows were boarded up, but a few on the upper floors were just empty black squares, like the house was watching me. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the cruiser, leaving the engine running. Force of habit, I guess, though later I'd be glad I did. The air felt heavy and cold, colder than it should have been for October in Alabama. Each breath came out as a little cloud in front of my face. As I approached the front steps, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. That struck me as odd. The property had been secured years ago, the doors and windows locked or boarded to keep out squatters and curious kids. I radioed in. "Dispatch, this is Carter. I'm at 421 Willow Lane. Front door appears to be open. I'm going to check it out." "Copy that, Officer Carter. Back up." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to say yes, but what would I tell the chief? That I needed another officer because I was spooked by an old house. I'd never hear the end of it. Negative. Probably just kids. "I'll let you know what I find." I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the loud creak of rusty hinges. "Police? Anyone here?" No response. I stepped inside, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The entryway was dusty, with sheets draped over what I assumed was furniture. The air inside smelled musty, like old books and mildew, but there was something else underneath it, something metallic and familiar that made my stomach clench. Blood. Hello? This is Officer Carter with the Coldwater Police Department. If anyone's here, make yourself known. Still nothing. I moved further into the house, checking the living room and kitchen. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust, but I could see footprints on the floor. Recent ones. Some looked like sneakers, probably teenagers, but others looked different, deeper, dragged, like someone had been pulled across the floor. As I moved down a hallway lined with old family portraits, the smell of blood grew stronger. The faces in the frames seemed to follow me, their painted eyes watching my every move. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the stress of being in a haunted house at 1 a.m. was getting to me. At the end of the hall, I found a door that stood out from the others. While most of the doors in the house were painted white like the walls, this one was dark, almost black, with strange markings carved into the wood. It was slightly ajar, and from beyond it, I could see the top of a staircase leading down into darkness. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn around, to call for backup, to get the hell out of there. But I'm a cop. This is my job. If someone was hurt down there, I couldn't just leave them. I pushed the door open wider and shined my flashlight down the stairs. They were concrete, unlike the wooden floors in the rest of the house, and they seemed to descend much further than made sense for a normal basement. Police. Is anyone down there? The only response was my echo bouncing back up the stairwell. Taking a deep breath, I started down, keeping one hand on my gun. The temperature dropped with each step until I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. By the time I reached the bottom, it felt like I was standing in a walk-in freezer. The basement was larger than I expected, with concrete walls and floor. My flashlight beam revealed rusty metal shelves lined with jars containing things I couldn't and didn't want to identify. At the far end of the room stood a heavy metal door, the kind you'd see in an old asylum or prison. As I approached it, I heard something from the other side, a soft, muffled sound, like someone trying to speak through a gag. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Hello? Is someone there? I'm a police officer. The sound came again, more urgent this time. I tried the handle on the door and found it unlocked. It swung open with a low, grinding noise that set my teeth on edge. What I saw inside that room will haunt me until the day I die. It was a small concrete cell, maybe 8 by 8 feet. In the center was a woman, kneeling on the floor, her wrists chained to a ring in the wall behind her. She was wearing what looked like a dirty white nightgown, and her skin was pale to the point of being almost blue. Her dark hair hung in matted clumps around her face, but it was her mouth that made my blood run cold. Her lips had been sewn shut with thick black thread, crude stitches pulling her skin tight in a grotesque parody of a smile. Blood, both dried and fresh, crusted around the wounds. Jesus Christ, I whispered, holstering my gun and rushing toward her. Ma'am, I'm going to get you out of here. I'm Officer James Carter with the Coldwater PD. As I got closer, she looked up at me, and I realized with horror that her eyes were wrong. They were completely white. No iris, no pupil, just milky white orbs that somehow still seemed to be looking right at me. She tried to scream through her stitched lips, the sound coming out as a muffled, desperate moan. I reached for my radio. Dispatch, this is Carter. I need immediate backup at 421 Willow Lane. I've got a victim, female, appears to be tortured, need ambulance. Before I could finish, the metal door slammed shut behind me with a deafening clang. I spun around, my hand automatically going to my gun, but there was no one there. The door had closed on its own. I tried the handle. Locked. I put my shoulder against it and pushed with all my strength, but it wouldn't budge. Dispatch, Karen, can you hear me? I shouted into my radio. Static crackled, and then Karen's voice came through, distorted and breaking up. James, can't. Where are? Signal. Then another voice cut in, a deep, inhuman voice that seemed to come not from my radio but from everywhere around me. She belongs to me. As do you now, Officer Carter." I spun around, gun drawn, but the woman was gone. The chains that had held her hung empty against the wall, swinging slightly as if she'd just been ripped away. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice echoing off the concrete walls. "Show yourself!" The temperature dropped even further, to the point where it was painful to breathe. My flashlight flickered, the beam growing weaker, and then died completely, plunging me into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Then, slowly, a dim red glow began to fill the room, emanating from no visible source. In the center of the cell where the woman had been, now stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling, gaunt, with skin that looked like it had been stretched too tight over a skeleton. But its face, God, its face. Where eyes should have been were two glowing red orbs, and its mouth was filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, too many to fit in a human jaw. "I am the darkness that has always lived here," it said, its voice resonating in my chest like bass from a speaker. "I am hunger, I am thirst, and you, James Carter, are mine." I fired my gun, once, twice, 3 times. The bullets passed through the thing as if it were made of smoke. It laughed, a sound like bones breaking. Then it moved toward me, faster than anything should be able to move. I felt cold, bony fingers wrap around my throat, lifting me off the ground. The last thing I remember is those red eyes filling my vision as the creature opened its mouth wider than physically possible, unhinging like a snake about to swallow its prey. I woke up in my cruiser, parked in front of the station with no memory of how I'd gotten there. The dashboard clock read 5:30 in the morning. My uniform was clean, my gun fully loaded as if I'd never fired it. When I checked the dispatch logs, there was no record of any call to 421 Willow Lane. Karen swore she'd never sent me there. I went back the next day, in broad daylight, with 2 other officers. The Jenkins house stood exactly as it had for years, abandoned, boarded up, undisturbed. The front door was secured with a rusted padlock that looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. We found no basement door with strange markings, no concrete cell, no evidence of chains or blood, or a woman with her mouth sewn shut. They put me on administrative leave, made me see a department psychologist who suggested I'd had some kind of stress-induced hallucination or waking nightmare. But I know what I saw. I know what happened to me. Sometimes at night, I still hear that voice in my head. I've started losing time, blackouts where I can't remember where I've been or what I've done, and sometimes when I look in the mirror, just for a split second, my eyes look different, empty, white. I'm afraid the darkness followed me out of that house. I'm afraid it's inside me now, waiting, and I don't know how much longer I can keep it contained. Story 2. It was last Tuesday. I was working the night shift like I always do. I've been on the Ravenswood PD for 6 years now, and night patrol suits me fine. Nothing ever happens in this town after 9 p.m. Most excitement we get is breaking up the occasional teenage bonfire party down by the creek or escorting Mr. Peterson home when he's had too many at O'Malley's. The shift started normal enough. I checked in with dispatch at 11 p.m., did my usual loop around Main Street, drove past the high school where Principal Finch's car was parked next to the library again, town's worst-kept secret, and was just settling in for my midnight coffee at the 24-hour gas station when the call came through. "Officer Mitchell, we've got a report of a disturbance at 1450 Elm Street. Neighbor called it in, says they heard screaming." I nearly spit out my coffee. Elm Street is where all the money in Ravenswood lives. Victorian mansions, perfectly manicured lawns, the kind of place where people have summer homes and actually use that term unironically. We never get calls from that neighborhood. "On my way," I responded, already climbing back into my cruiser. The drive over took less than 5 minutes. Elm Street was dead quiet, every house dark except for porch lights and those fancy landscape spotlights rich people use to show off their topiary. 1450 was this massive Victorian place set back from the road with a circular driveway. 3 stories of pale blue siding with white trim wraparound porch, the works. I'd driven past it hundreds of times but never noticed anyone coming or going, always figured it was some banker's vacation home. I pulled up and killed the engine but left the lights on, sweeping the beams across the front of the house. Nothing looked disturbed. No broken windows, door appeared closed. I called in my position to dispatch and stepped out. Dispatch, this is Mitchell at 1450 Elm. Property appears secure from exterior. Going to check it out. Copy that, Mitchell. Do you need backup? I hesitated. Probably should have said yes, but I didn't want to look jumpy over what was probably nothing. Negative. I'll call if needed. The front path was lined with these little solar lights that cast weird shadows across the lawn. The porch steps creaked under my weight. Standard procedure. I knocked on the door, announced myself. Ravenswood Police. Anyone home? No answer. I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. I tested the doorknob, unlocked. That raised a red flag immediately. Nobody in this neighborhood leaves doors unlocked, especially at night. I pushed the door open slowly, one hand on my holster. Police officer, anyone here? I'm coming in to check if everything's all right. The foyer was dark, but my flashlight showed polished hardwood floors, an antique table with a vase of fresh flowers, a grandfather clock ticking away in the corner. Everything looked pristine, like something out of a home magazine. The air smelled like lavender with something else underneath, something metallic, like copper pennies. Hello, Ravenswood Police? Is anyone home? I moved through the first floor methodically. Living room, empty, perfectly arranged. Dining room, table set for 4, not a crumb in sight. Kitchen, spotless, not even a dirty dish in the sink. Everything was immaculate, but felt off, like I was walking through a museum display rather than someone's home. The hair on my arms stood up when I heard it. A soft sound from upstairs. Could have been the house settling, but I don't take chances. I radioed dispatch again. Dispatch, still checking 1450 Elm House is unlocked. No signs of disturbance, but I'm hearing noises from the second floor. Any update on who called this in? That's strange, Mitchell. System shows call came from... There was a pause. No caller ID, just says anonymous tip. My stomach tightened. Send Torres over as backup. Copy that. ETA 15 minutes. The staircase curved up to the second floor, each step covered in plush burgundy carpet that muffled my footsteps. I kept my flashlight low, sweeping it across each stair before stepping up. The walls were lined with framed photographs, but something wasn't right about them. I paused to look closer. The frames contained what looked like family portraits, but all the faces were blurred, like someone had taken sandpaper to them, just smudges where eyes, noses, and mouths should be. A chill ran down my spine, but I kept moving. The upstairs hallway had 4 doors, all closed except one at the end that was slightly ajar, light spilling out into the hall. I moved toward it, calling out again. Police officer, anyone in there? No response. Just as I reached the door, I heard it, soft humming, like someone singing a lullaby. My hand tightened on my gun. I pushed the door open with my foot. The bedroom was as perfect as the rest of the house. King-sized 4-poster bed with pristine white linens, antique dresser, vanity table with a silver brush set. But sitting in the middle of the bed was an old-fashioned tape recorder, the kind with the big buttons and reels. It wasn't playing, but I could have sworn I heard humming. I approached cautiously, scanning the room for any sign of movement. The tape recorder looked out of place on the immaculate bedspread. I reached for it, and that's when it clicked on by itself. The humming I'd heard came through the speaker, a soft melody that made my skin crawl, then a voice, barely above a whisper. Hello, Sarah. I've been waiting for you. I nearly dropped my flashlight, my first name. It used my first name. I'm always Officer Mitchell on duty. Nobody calls me Sarah except family. I drew my gun and backed toward the door. Who's there? Show yourself, the voice continued, soft and almost tender. Don't be afraid, Sarah. You belong here now. You've always belonged here. I hit my radio. Dispatch, officer needs assistance at 1450. Elm, repeat, officer needs... Only static answered me. I tried again, nothing but crackling noise. That's when the bedroom door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, pointing my gun at the empty doorway. The temperature in the room plummeted so fast, I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, spreading across the ceiling like spilled ink. "Your radio won't work, Sarah," the voice from the recorder said. "Nothing works here that I don't want to work. You're already mine." I felt it then, something cold brushing against my cheek, like fingers made of ice. I fired twice into the darkness where it felt like something was standing, but the bullets just thudded into the wall. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Whoever you are, this is assault on a police officer." The tape recorder emitted a sound that might have been laughter. "Oh, Sarah, I'm not a whoever. I'm a whatever. And you can't arrest what you can't see." The shadows were moving now, swirling around me like they were alive. I fired again, emptying my clip into the darkness, but it made no difference. My flashlight flickered and died. The only light came from under the door, casting everything in a dim glow. I lunged for the door, grabbing the handle and yanking. It wouldn't budge. I pounded on it, screaming for help, for Torres, for anyone. The humming started again, louder this time, coming not from the recorder, but from all around me. The melody was familiar in a way that made my stomach turn, like something I'd heard in a nightmare and tried to forget. "Do you recognize it, Sarah? The song your mother used to sing to you when you had those bad dreams? The ones about the thing under your bed? How could it know that? Nobody knew about those nightmares except my mom, and she's been dead for 12 years. I pressed my back against the door, trying to keep my eyes on every corner of the room at once. "What do you want from me?" "Company," the voice whispered, now right beside my ear. "It gets so lonely here. People drive by, but they never come in. Not until I call them." The realization hit me like a punch. "You made that call to dispatch. Smart girl. I've been watching you, Sarah. All those nights you drive past looking at my house. I knew you were curious. I knew you would come if I asked." Something touched my hand, not cold this time, but warm and almost liquid. I looked down to see a dark stain spreading across my skin, black in the dim light, but I knew it was red. Blood, seeping from nowhere, covering my fingers. The shadows were closing in, the humming growing louder. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The darkness was so thick now I could taste it, metallic and bitter in my mouth. And then I saw it, standing in the doorway that had somehow opened without me noticing. A figure made of deeper shadows, its outline wavering like heat rising from asphalt. It had no face, just a dark void where features should be, but I could feel it watching me. It was humming my mother's lullaby. I lunged past it, shoving with all my strength, but it was like pushing through cold syrup. I stumbled into the hallway, gasping for breath. The photographs on the walls were different now, all showing the same blurred faces, but they seemed to be turning toward me as I ran past. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling in my rush to get out. The front door was right there, moonlight visible through its windows. I grabbed the knob, twisted, and found myself back in the bedroom, the tape recorder sitting innocently on the bed. "You can't leave, Sarah," the voice said gently. "No one ever leaves." I screamed, spinning in circles, looking for a way out that wasn't there. The shadows reached for me with wispy tendrils, wrapping around my ankles, my wrists, my throat. The last thing I remember clearly is the humming, the lullaby my mother used to sing, and the voice whispering my name over and over. I woke up in my cruiser, parked in front of the station, the engine running and driver's door open. According to my watch, it was 6:13 a.m. I'd lost over 5 hours. When I told my captain what happened, he sent units to 1450 Elm Street. They found nothing unusual, just an empty house for sale, unlocked because of a showing the previous day. No tape recorder, no blood, no signs that anything had happened at all. The neighbor who supposedly called in the disturbance denied making any call. Dispatch has no record of any anonymous tip, just my increasingly panicked radio transmissions responding to a call that apparently never existed. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, that I fell asleep on duty and had a nightmare, but I know what I experienced, and I can still hear that humming sometimes, especially at night. When I close my eyes, I see those shadow tendrils reaching for me. The worst part, yesterday I drove past 1450 Elm Street. There was a sold sign out front. Someone new is moving in, and as I passed, I swear I heard my name being whispered on the wind. Story 3. Ivy never told anyone this story except my wife and a couple of close friends. I'm sharing it now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Maybe writing it down will help make sense of it all. This thing has been with me for almost 20 years now. I first noticed it when I was about 10 years old, growing up in Springvale. It was just a normal Tuesday evening in October. I remember because my mom had made meatloaf, which I hated, and I was sulking in my room instead of eating dinner. I was sitting on my bed reading a comic book when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you think someone's watching you? It was like that, but worse, like cold fingers walking up my spine. When I looked up, I saw it for the first time. In the corner of my room, partially hidden by my desk, was a shadow. Not just any shadow. This one didn't belong to anything. It was darker than the other shadows in my room, almost like a black hole that was sucking in the darkness around it. It had a vague human shape, with what looked like a hood covering where its face should be. The worst part was that it seemed to be pointing at me with one long, thin arm. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, convinced I was seeing things. When I looked again, it was gone. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe from reading too many scary stories or watching that horror movie my friend's older brother had let us see the weekend before. But it came back. Not the next day or even the next week, but about a month later. I was brushing my teeth before bed when I saw it reflected in the bathroom mirror, standing in the hallway behind me. That same hooded figure, pointing. I whipped around, heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Just the empty hallway. For the next few years, it would appear randomly, maybe once every couple of months. Always in the periphery, always pointing, always gone when I tried to look directly at it. I never told my parents. What would I say? Hey Mom, Dad, there's a shadow person following me around. They'd think I was nuts or looking for attention. By the time I hit high school, I'd almost convinced myself it was just an overactive imagination. That is, until my junior year, when things got worse. The appearances became more frequent. Once a month became once a week, then twice a week. I'd see it standing at the back of the classroom or in the empty seat next to me on the bus. Once, during track practice, I saw it standing in the middle of the football field, that damn finger always pointing in my direction. I started losing sleep. My grades slipped. My parents thought I was doing drugs or something. How could I explain that I was afraid to close my eyes because a shadow might be watching me? When I left Springvale for college in Lakeview, I thought maybe I'd leave it behind too. I was wrong. If anything, being away from home made it worse. The shadow followed me to my dorm room, to the library, to parties. By my sophomore year of college, I was seeing it almost daily. I was at my breaking point when my roommate, who was pretty religious, suggested I try praying. I wasn't raised particularly religious, but I was desperate enough to try anything, so I did. I started praying every night before bed, asking for protection, for peace, for the shadow to leave me alone. Surprisingly, it seemed to help. Not that the shadow went away completely, but I felt stronger when facing it. I learned to ignore it, to not give it the fear it seemed to feed on. For a while, things got better. The appearances became less frequent again. Then came the dream. The only dream I've ever had about this thing, and I wish to God I could forget it. I was floating in darkness, not like normal darkness. This was absolute, like being suspended in ink. Then I saw it, the shadow. But for the first time, it wasn't just a silhouette. It had features, or at least impressions of features. Where its face should be was just emptiness, a void. But somehow I could tell it was looking at me, studying me. It raised its arm, pointing as it always did. But then it did something new. It beckoned me closer. I tried to back away, but in the dream I couldn't move. It drifted toward me, and as it got closer, I saw images flickering around us like we were in some twisted movie theater. The images were all of me, sleeping in my bed with the shadow standing over me, its hands around my throat. Me in the shower, slipping and cracking my head open while the shadow watched. Me crossing the street, not seeing the car that the shadow was guiding toward me. It was showing me all the ways it planned to kill me. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. My roommate had to shake me awake. I didn't sleep for 3 days after that. After college, I moved back to Springvale. I didn't want to, but I couldn't afford a place of my own yet, and my parents were worried about me. By then, I'd gotten better at hiding my fear, at pretending everything was normal when I'd see the shadow standing in a doorway or lurking under a tree. I joined a church and found some comfort in the community there, though I never told anyone about what was happening to me. Then I met Melissa. She was smart, funny, beautiful, everything I could want. For the first time in years, I felt hopeful. When I was with her, I'd sometimes go whole days without seeing the shadow. I started to think maybe I was finally breaking free of whatever curse or delusion had followed me for so long. We'd been dating for about 6 months when it happened. The night that changed everything. Melissa was staying over at my place. My parents were out of town for the weekend. We'd had dinner, watched a movie, and Melissa had fallen asleep on the couch while I was still up, scrolling through my phone. It was around 2 in the morning. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and Melissa's gentle breathing. I felt it before I saw it, that familiar cold sensation, the feeling of being watched. I slowly looked up from my phone, and there it was, in the corner of the living room, partially hidden by the curtains, pointing. I closed my eyes, whispering a silent prayer like I'd been doing for years. When I opened them, it was still there, but I was used to that. Sometimes it took a while to disappear. What I wasn't used to was Melissa suddenly sitting bolt upright on the couch, her eyes wide with terror, staring at the exact same corner. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice shaking. "Nathan, what is that thing?" My blood turned to ice. You can see it?" She nodded, clutching my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. "It's like a shadow, but it's standing there. It's pointing at you." I couldn't breathe. For over a decade, this thing had haunted me, and I'd always thought it was just in my head. But now Melissa was seeing it too. "Don't look at it," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just don't look." But Melissa couldn't tear her eyes away. She was shaking uncontrollably. "Nathan," she gasped. "Your face. There's something on your face." "What? What do you mean?" "Black marks, like ticks or something, all over your face. They're moving." I jumped up and ran to the bathroom, flipping on the light and staring in the mirror. There was nothing there. My face was normal, but when I came back to the living room, Melissa was in tears. "They're gone now," she said, "but they were there. I swear they were there, like little black worms or something crawling across your skin." The shadow was gone too, but the damage was done. Someone else had seen it. It wasn't just in my head. Melissa and I stayed up the rest of the night with all the lights on, talking. I told her everything, how long the shadow had been following me, the dream, how prayer seemed to help. She listened without judgment, holding my hand the whole time. "We'll figure this out," she promised. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together." And we have. Melissa and I got married 2 years later. She's been my rock, my witness. On the nights when the shadow appears, which is rare now, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, she sees it too. We pray together, turn on the lights, and wait for it to leave. I've drifted away from the church over the years. It's hard to maintain faith when something like this follows you. Sometimes I wonder if the shadow appears less often because it's losing its hold on me, or if I'm just getting better at ignoring it, or worse, if I'm just telling myself I see it less because I want to believe I'm getting better. The black marks Melissa saw on my face that night have never returned. At least, she's never seen them again. I still check the mirror sometimes, paranoid that they'll be there, Those tick-like marks crawling under my skin. I don't know what this thing is. A ghost, a demon. Some manifestation of mental illness that somehow became contagious to my wife. I've researched shadow people, haunting entities, everything I can find, but nothing quite matches what we've experienced. All I know is that it's real. It's been with me most of my life, and even now, as I type this, I keep glancing at the corners of the room, afraid I'll see that hooded figure, its finger pointed in my direction, reminding me that it's still here, still waiting, still watching. Story 4. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at my best friend Lily's house that summer. We were both 13, and it was the kind of hot July day where your clothes stick to your skin, and all you want to do is stay inside with the AC blasting. Lily's parents had this big 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood, the kind with those cookie-cutter designs, but enough space between homes that you couldn't hear the neighbors. Her mom was at work until 6, and her dad was on a business trip, so we had the whole place to ourselves. Perfect for marathon gaming sessions on her PlayStation 2. We'd been obsessed with this horror survival game for weeks. Ironic considering what happened later. We were sprawled on beanbags in Lily's basement rec room, completely zoned into the game. The blinds were drawn to prevent screen glare, making the room dim except for the TV's glow. We'd been playing for hours, surrounded by empty chip bags and soda cans, completely losing track of time the way you do when you're 13 and have no responsibilities. "I'm gonna beat this level this time," Lily was saying, her thumbs working the controller frantically. I remember exactly how the basement looked. The worn blue carpet, the old couch against the wall that her mom wanted to replace, and the smell of the lavender air freshener trying to mask the typical basement mustiness. That's when we heard it. "Girls, come help me with the groceries." It was Lily's mom's voice, clear as day, coming from upstairs near the front door. There was no mistaking it. She had that slight southern accent that lingered from her childhood in Georgia. We could hear the rustling of plastic grocery bags, that distinct crinkling sound they make when they're full and being set down. Lily paused the game, looking annoyed. "Seriously? She always interrupts right when I'm about to beat a level." I remember checking the time on my phone. It was only 4:30. "I thought your mom wasn't home till 6. "She must have gotten off early," Lily shrugged, tossing her controller onto the beanbag. "Come on, or she'll call again and get annoyed." We trudged up the basement stairs, our legs stiff from sitting for so long. The house was quiet except for the hum of the air conditioner. The kitchen was empty when we passed through it, which was weird since that's where you'd normally bring groceries first. "Mom," Lily called out, heading toward the front of the house. "We're coming." The entryway was empty. The front door was closed. No grocery bags, no Lily's mom. "Maybe she went back to the car for more bags," I suggested, though something felt off. The driveway was visible through the narrow windows flanking the front door, and there was no car there. Lily opened the front door, and we both stepped onto the porch. The street was completely empty and silent. No cars, not even the neighbor's cat that usually lounged on their lawn. Just the hot, still air and the sound of cicadas. "What the hell?" Lily muttered, looking confused. She pulled her phone from her pocket and called her mom. I'll never forget the chill that ran through me as I watched Lily's expression change while she listened to the phone ring. Her face went from confused to concerned to something close to fear. "Hey, Mom," she said when her mother answered. "Where are you right now?" I could hear the tinny sound of her mom's voice through the phone, but couldn't make out the words. "You're still at work?" Lily's voice had gone up an octave. "You didn't just come home with groceries?" I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the summer heat. Lily's mom was still at work, a good 30-minute drive away. "No, nothing's wrong," Lily lied, her eyes meeting mine with a look I'll never forget. "Just checking. See you at 6. She hung up. "She's still at work," Lily said unnecessarily. Her voice was flat, almost mechanical. "She hasn't left yet." We stood there on the porch for a moment, both of us processing what this meant. We'd both heard her mother's voice, clear as day. We'd both heard the grocery bags rustling. Maybe it was the neighbors, I offered weakly, knowing it made no sense. The voice had come from inside the house, and it was unmistakably her mom's voice. Lily shook her head slowly. No one else has a key except my dad, and he's in Chicago. We went back inside, closing and locking the door behind us. The house suddenly felt different. The familiar spaces now seemed somehow wrong, like looking at a photo that's been subtly altered. Remember what I told you about my dog? Lily said suddenly as we stood in the entryway, neither of us eager to go further into the house. I did remember. Lily had mentioned a few weeks earlier that their family dog, a normally chill Labrador named Max, had started acting weird. He would stand in the corner of the living room, staring at nothing, sometimes growling low in his throat. They'd even taken him to the vet, thinking he might be in pain or sick, but he was perfectly healthy. And that thing I saw in my room, she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. She told me about that too, though I'd half thought she was making it up to scare me. One night, about a month ago, she'd woken up around 3 in the morning to see what looked like a woman in a wedding dress standing at the foot of her bed. The figure had disappeared when Lily turned on her lamp, and she'd convinced herself it was just a vivid dream. But now, standing in that silent house, I wasn't so sure it had been a dream. Should we leave? I asked, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. Lily bit her lip. My mom would freak if we left without telling her. And where would we go? Your house is like 2 miles away. She was right. We couldn't just leave. Our parents trusted us to be responsible, and running off because we'd heard a voice would sound crazy. Plus, we'd have to explain to my parents why we suddenly showed up, and that conversation would be awkward at best. Let's go back to the game, Lily suggested finally. We probably just, imagined it or something. We both knew we hadn't imagined anything, but going back to the game was better than standing frozen in the entryway. The basement suddenly seemed much darker than before, the corners deeper with shadows. We turned on every light on the way down and in the rec room itself. Neither of us mentioned how strange it was to need every light on at 4:30 in the afternoon. We tried to get back into the game, but our hearts weren't in it. Every creak of the house settling made us jump. The air conditioning turning on nearly gave me a heart attack. We sat closer together on our beanbags, shoulders touching, as if that would somehow protect us. What do you think it was? I finally asked, after about 20 minutes of pretending to care about the game. Lily shrugged, but I could see goosebumps on her arms despite the warmth of the room. I don't know. Maybe the house is haunted or something. But why would it use your mom's voice? I pressed, unable to stop thinking about it. And the grocery bags. We both heard that too. I don't know, she repeated, frustration edging her voice. Maybe it knows what scares us, or maybe it was trying to get us to open the door. That thought sent another chill through me. What if we had opened the door and found something else waiting, something that could sound like Lily's mom but definitely wasn't? We spent the next hour and a half in that basement, jumping at every sound, neither of us wanting to go upstairs but both desperately wishing Lily's mom would come home already. We didn't play the game so much as stare at the screen, controllers limp in our hands. When we finally heard the garage door open at 6:05, we both nearly cried with relief. We ran upstairs so fast we practically trampled each other, bursting into the kitchen just as Lily's mom was setting down, of all things, grocery bags. Whoa, what's the rush? She laughed, looking startled at our sudden appearance. You two look like you've seen a ghost. Neither of us laughed at her unintentional joke. Instead, we helped her unpack the groceries in silence, standing closer to her than was necessary, like little kids afraid of the dark. Later that night, after I'd gone home, with my dad picking me up because there was no way I was walking or biking, I called Lily. Her family moved about 3 months after that day. They never told me exactly why, but Lily mentioned her parents had been arguing about house problems that had nothing to do with the plumbing or foundation. I'm 26 now, and I still drive past that house sometimes on my way to work. New families have moved in and out over the years, never staying longer than 18 months. I always get shivers down my spine when I pass it, remembering how perfectly that thing mimicked Lily's mom's voice, down to her slight accent and speech patterns. I've tried to explain it away over the years. Maybe it was a TV left on, maybe it was some weird acoustic phenomenon, maybe we both experienced the same auditory hallucination. But none of those explanations account for both of us hearing not just the voice, but the distinct sound of grocery bags. Whatever was in that house knew exactly how to lure us. It knew what would make two 13-year-old girls come running without question. It knew how to sound exactly like someone we trusted, and to this day I still wonder what would have happened if we'd opened that front door right away, before calling Lily's mom. What would have been waiting for us? Sometimes I think we were lucky to find nothing there at all. I don't know what was in that house, but I know what I heard. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I find myself listening just a little too carefully to the sounds around me, wondering if something might be mimicking a voice I trust, trying to get me to open my door. Story 5. I've never really talked about this before outside my immediate family, and even then, I kind of downplayed it because, well, who would believe me? But it's been 10 years now, and I still think about it all the time. I need to get this off my chest. When I was 11, my parents decided we should spend Halloween at my aunt's house in Maplewood. It wasn't my idea of fun. I'd rather have been with my friends in our neighborhood where we knew all the best houses for candy. But my mom insisted because family time is important, and my cousin Jake had just moved there earlier that year. Maplewood was this super generic suburb with cookie-cutter houses and perfect lawns. The kind of place where nothing interesting ever happens, or at least that's what I thought. Halloween that year fell on a weekday. We arrived around 5 in the evening, and I remember being in a bad mood because I'd had to rush home from school to pack an overnight bag. My Aunt Linda was the type who wanted everything to be just perfect and kept fussing over our costumes. I was dressed as a zombie, nothing fancy, just some torn clothes and fake blood my mom helped me put on. After dinner, we went trick-or-treating for about an hour. Jake was 12 and clearly thought he was too cool to be seen with his younger cousin. He kept walking ahead with some neighborhood kids he knew, leaving me trailing behind with the adults. By 7:30, I was bored out of my mind and irritated. Jake had this new PlayStation game he wouldn't let me play, and Aunt Linda kept pinching my cheeks and telling everyone how adorable I looked, even though zombies aren't supposed to be adorable. Around 8, I couldn't take it anymore. The adults were sitting in the living room drinking wine and laughing too loud at jokes that weren't even funny. Jake was upstairs with his friends. I just needed some space. I grabbed my bike from the garage. I'd insisted on bringing it with us and told my aunt I was going for a quick ride around the block. She barely looked up from her glass of wine, just waved her hand and said, "Don't go far, Tyler, it's getting dark." The neighborhood was pretty quiet by then. Most of the younger trick-or-treaters had already gone home, and only a few groups of older kids were still making the rounds. The streetlights had just come on, casting these long shadows across the pavement. The temperature had dropped, and I remember the cold air burning my lungs a little as I pedaled down the driveway. It felt good to be alone. I decided to ride down the middle of the street since there was no traffic. It was one of those wide suburban roads with parked cars on both sides, but nothing moving. I was maybe 15 yards from my aunt's house when it happened. A bright light suddenly flashed in my eyes, so bright it was like looking directly into the sun. I instinctively raised my hand to shield my face, thinking it was a car with its high beams on, though I hadn't heard an engine. My first thought was that I needed to get out of the middle of the road, so I started steering toward the sidewalk. The light faded as quickly as it had appeared. I blinked a few times, trying to clear the spots from my vision. That's when I saw it. About 20 yards ahead of me, standing in the middle of the street, was, I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was a figure, but not a normal human figure. This thing was enormous, taller than the streetlights, taller than the single-story houses on either side of the road. If I had to guess, it must have been at least 25 or 30 feet high. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like those optical illusions where your mind tries to make sense of something impossible. The figure was impossibly thin and lanky, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin, if you could call it that, was pale, almost white, and had this weird translucent quality to it, like I could almost see through parts of it. It didn't have clothes on, but it wasn't exactly naked in the human sense. There were no details, if you know what I mean. It was more like a blank template of a person, stretched to impossible proportions. Its face was the worst part, just smooth, pale skin with indentations where the eyes should be. No nose that I could see, and just a slight line for a mouth. Years later, when Slender Man became a thing online, that's the closest comparison I can make, like a naked, semi-transparent Slender Man. But this was back in 2008, long before those stories were popular. The weirdest part, I wasn't immediately afraid. I was confused. My brain was working overtime trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Was it a Halloween decoration? Some kind of projection? A group of people on stilts under a costume, but it wasn't moving like any of those things would. For what felt like forever, but was probably just a few seconds, we just existed there together. Me on my bike, frozen in place, and this impossible giant standing motionless in the middle of the road. Then it started to move. Its movements were all wrong. Not fluid like a person or animal moves, but stiff and awkward, like each joint was moving independently of the others. It took one slow step forward, its foot, easily the size of my entire torso, not quite touching the ground but hovering just above it. Then another step. It was coming toward me. That's when the fear finally kicked in. My heart jumped into my throat and I felt this cold wave wash over me, but I still couldn't move. It was like my body was disconnected from my brain. After taking 2 steps toward me, the giant suddenly made a sharp right turn. Not a gradual turn like a person would make, but a precise 90-degree pivot that no human joints could accomplish. It stepped onto the sidewalk, its massive form now towering over the parked cars. I realized it was following a walking path that led away from the main road toward a small creek that cut through the neighborhood. The creek area wasn't well lit, just a few scattered path lights that didn't do much against the darkness. As it moved away, I finally found the ability to move again. I didn't pedal away immediately, though. Some morbid curiosity kept me there, watching as this impossible thing moved further away. Its head nearly brushed the lower branches of the trees along the path. Then it entered the darker area near the creek, and I lost sight of it. It didn't fade away or disappear in a flash. It just walked into the darkness and didn't come out the other side where the path continued. Only then did I turn my bike around and pedal back to my aunt's house as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly crashed into a parked car. My breathing was rapid and shallow, and I felt lightheaded by the time I reached the driveway. When I burst through the front door, my mom immediately asked what was wrong. I must have looked terrible. Pale, sweating despite the cold, my eyes wide with fear. But what could I say? That I saw a 30-foot-tall, transparent giant walking through the neighborhood. They'd think I was making it up for attention, or that I'd watched too many horror movies. So I lied. I said I thought I saw a raccoon in the road and it startled me. My aunt laughed and said, "Oh, we get those all the time. They're harmless unless you corner them." I spent the rest of the night sitting close to my parents, jumping at every sound. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing's blank face and those stiff, unnatural movements. The next morning, I convinced my parents to leave early, making up something about a school project I'd forgotten. I never wanted to go back to that neighborhood again. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares. I'd wake up gasping for breath, convinced that giant was standing over my bed, looking down at me with those non-eyes. I started sleeping with my blinds closed and my closet door firmly shut. I tried researching what I might have seen. This was before smartphones were everywhere, so I had to use the family computer when my parents weren't around. I looked up every supernatural creature I could think of, read about alien encounters, even studied optical illusions and hallucinations. Nothing matched what I'd experienced. As I got older, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an elaborate Halloween prank. Maybe I was overtired and my eyes played tricks on me. Maybe the fake blood my mom used had some weird chemical that caused hallucinations. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. As real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. It's been 10 years and I've never seen anything like it again. No other paranormal experiences, no other giants, nothing that can't be explained by science or logic. Just that one night in Maplewood when reality seemed to bend. Sometimes I think about going back there, just to see if that creek path is still there, or if there have been other sightings. But then I remember the way that thing moved, those stiff mechanical movements that no living creature should be able to make, and I decide against it. I don't know what I saw that Halloween night. A ghost, an interdimensional being, some entity that only appears on the night when the veil between worlds is supposedly thinnest? I don't have answers, just questions that have haunted me for a decade. The rational part of my brain wants to dismiss it as childhood imagination, but the rest of me knows better. Something impossible walked through Maplewood that night, something that shouldn't exist in our world. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night and the house settles with those creaking sounds old houses make, I wonder if it's still out there, walking with those stiff, jerky movements, looking for something or someone. I still hate Halloween. I keep my doors locked and my curtains drawn. I don't decorate, I don't hand out candy. I just wait for the night to be over, hoping that whatever barrier broke 10 years ago stays fixed this time around. Story 6. I still haven't told many people about what happened to me that night in October of 2 years ago. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I've tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion or my imagination, but deep down, I know what I saw was real. I used to work at Baxter Regional Hospital as a radiology tech. The pay was decent, but the commute was brutal, about 30 miles each way on these dark country roads with barely any streetlights. Route 16 cuts through nothing but dense forest for most of the drive, and cell reception is spotty at best. I was living with my parents at the time to save money for my own place, but our small town of Riverdale didn't offer many job opportunities in my field. That night, I had picked up an extra shift that had me working until 10. It was one of those endless days where everything that could go wrong did. Equipment malfunctions, difficult patients, and paperwork piling up. By the time I clocked out at about 10:20, I was completely drained. The kind of tired where your eyes burn and your body feels like it's made of lead. The hospital parking lot was nearly empty when I trudged to my car. I remember sitting there for a minute, just staring at the steering wheel, wondering if I was too tired to drive. But I had made this trip hundreds of times before, and I just wanted to get home and collapse into bed. The first 15 minutes of the drive were uneventful. Just me, my headlights, and the occasional glare of passing cars heading toward town. My eyelids kept getting heavier, and I caught myself nodding off twice. The second time I jerked awake just as my tires hit the rumble strip on the shoulder. That scared me enough to roll down my window all the way. The October air rushed in, cold enough to make me gasp. I turned the radio up louder and started singing along badly to keep myself alert. The roads stretched ahead, my headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating the yellow line and the dense trees on either side. I was about halfway home when I first noticed something in my peripheral vision, a flash of movement near the tree line to my right. My first thought was deer. They're everywhere on these roads, and hitting one would be a disaster. I instinctively eased off the gas and gripped the steering wheel tighter, scanning the roadside. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just someone walking along the side of the road, which would have been strange enough at that hour in the middle of nowhere. But as my headlights swept across it, I realized something was very wrong. The figure was just standing there, completely motionless, not walking, not moving at all, just standing, facing the road, watching. As I got closer, driving more slowly now, I could see, or rather couldn't see, any features. It wasn't wearing dark clothing, it was darkness, like a human-shaped hole in reality. No face, no clothes, no distinguishable features at all. just a silhouette that somehow seemed more solid and more empty than a shadow should be. My brain tried to make sense of it, a trick of the light, a hunter in some kind of full-body camouflage, but hunters don't stand motionless right at the edge of a highway at nearly 11 at night. I was close enough now that my headlights should have illuminated it clearly, but they didn't. The light didn't reflect off it or show any details. It was like the figure absorbed the light completely. That's when the cold feeling of true fear washed over me. This wasn't a person, it wasn't anything I could explain. As I passed it, going maybe 30 miles per hour now, I could swear I felt it watching me, though it had no eyes that I could see, no mouth, no hands, just a vaguely human-shaped void standing about 6 feet tall. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I had that metallic taste of adrenaline in my mouth. As soon as I passed it, I accelerated hard, pushing my old Honda Civic to the speed limit and beyond. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, expecting to see it following me somehow, but the road behind me was empty. I tried to laugh it off. "You're just tired, Mia," I said out loud to myself. "Your brain is playing tricks on you." But my voice sounded thin and unconvincing even to myself. The rest of the drive, I kept checking my mirrors obsessively. Every shadow among the trees looked like it might be that figure. Every time my headlights caught a reflective sign, I flinched. I had never been so happy to see the Welcome to Riverdale sign as I was that night. I turned onto Oak Street, just 2 blocks from home, and felt myself starting to relax slightly. I was almost there, almost safe. The street was quiet and familiar, lined with the houses I'd known my whole life. The Hendersons' porch light was on as always. The Mitchell kids had left their bikes in the front yard again. I slowed as I approached my parents' house, reaching for the garage door opener. That's when my headlights swept across my neighbor Mrs. Carlson's yard, specifically the cluster of pine trees that marked the property line between our houses. And there it was, the same shadow figure crouched behind one of Mrs. Carlson's tree stumps from where she'd had an old oak removed last summer. It was hunched over in a way that wasn't quite human, too still, too dark against the night. And though it had no face, no eyes that I could see, I knew it was looking directly at me, watching, waiting. I blinked hard, convinced my exhausted mind was conjuring it up. When I looked again, it was gone, just the tree stump and the shadows of pine branches. I slammed on the gas and screeched into our driveway, fumbling with my keys as I rushed to the front door. I didn't even bother closing the car door behind me. I just needed to get inside. I burst through the front door so violently that my mom screamed. She and my dad were watching TV in the living room. I must have looked absolutely terrified because they both jumped up immediately. "Mia, what happened?" My dad was already moving toward the door, looking outside for whatever had scared me. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak. There was something on the road, and then in Mrs. Carlson's yard, it followed me home. "What followed you? A person?" My mom was guiding me to the couch, her hand cool against my clammy skin. "Not a person," I managed to say. It didn't have a face or hands. It was just this black shape, but it was watching me. I know it was watching me. My parents exchanged that look parents give each other when they're worried about their child's mental state. My dad went outside to check around the house and bring in my car keys. My mom made me drink water and kept asking if I'd taken any medication or if something had happened at work. I knew how it sounded. I knew they thought I was having some kind of breakdown from stress or exhaustion. Part of me wanted to believe that too. My dad came back in, reporting that there was nothing outside, no sign of anyone or anything unusual. Mrs. Carlson's motion-activated security light hadn't even gone on. I spent that night on the couch, unable to face going upstairs to my bedroom with its windows overlooking Mrs. Carlson's property. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that featureless figure somehow menacing despite having no expression. The next day, I called in sick to work. I spent hours online, searching for anything similar to what I'd experienced. Shadow people, sleep deprivation hallucinations, local legends, anything that might explain what I'd seen. I found some accounts that were vaguely similar, but nothing that matched exactly what I'd encountered. I tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion, that I'd been working too hard, sleeping too little, that my brain had created a threat where none existed. It was easier in the daylight to believe that explanation, but when night fell again, the fear came back. I couldn't bring myself to drive that road again in the dark, not the next day or the day after. Within a week, I'd applied for a transfer to a clinic just 10 minutes from home. I took a pay cut, but I didn't care. Within a month, I'd found an apartment in town above the pharmacy. I told everyone it was to be closer to work, to save on gas. Only my parents knew the real reason, though I think they still believe I had some kind of stress-induced episode. It's been 2 years. I still won't drive Route 16 after dark. When friends ask why, I make jokes about deer or bad cell reception. I can't bring myself to tell them the truth. Because the truth is, I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was following me specifically or if I just happened to encounter it twice. I don't know what it wanted or if it wanted anything at all. All I know is that sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still feel like I'm being watched, and on nights when the moon is hidden and the shadows are deep, I keep all my lights on and my curtains tightly closed, because whatever that thing was, it knew where I lived, and I can't shake the feeling that if it wanted to find me again, it would. Story 7. I never believed in ghosts before January of this year. I was always the skeptical guy, the one who'd roll his eyes whenever my mates talked about paranormal stuff they'd seen on telly. But after what happened in that rental house in Cumbria, I don't know what to think anymore. I'd just gone through a messy separation with my ex, and I needed a fresh start for me and the kids. The rental market in the Northwest is tough, so when I found this decently priced 3-bedroom semi in a quiet neighborhood, I jumped on it. The landlord seemed eager to rent it out quickly. Should have been my first clue something wasn't right. My dad helped me move in that first weekend in January. It was freezing, typical Northern England winter. We were focusing on getting the kids' rooms sorted first. My daughter Lily is 7 and my son James is 9. They'd been through enough with the separation, so I wanted them to feel at home straight away. The weird stuff started on day 1, while we were painting the upstairs bedrooms. My mate Dave came over to help, and we were working on Lily's room first. We'd just finished the first coat, and we all went downstairs for a brew and a smoke. I'm certain, absolutely certain, we were the only people in the house. The kids were still at my ex's until the place was ready. We couldn't have been downstairs more than 15 minutes when we heard a distinct knock from upstairs. 3 clear raps, like someone using their knuckles on a door. "Did you hear that?" Dave asked, looking at me with this puzzled expression. Dad nodded. "Someone upstairs?" "Can't be," I said. "Must be the pipes or something." We went back up to continue painting, and that's when we noticed it. The paint tin lid that I'd definitely left in Lily's room was now in the hallway, flipped upside down with a small puddle of pink paint underneath it. It wasn't just moved a bit. It was completely outside the room, about 10 feet from where we'd left it. "Did one of you move this?" I asked. They both shook their heads. "Maybe it fell and rolled," Dad suggested. But we all knew that made no sense. The lid was flat, not round, and there was no paint trail showing it had rolled or been dragged. Plus, all the windows were shut tight because of the January cold. There wasn't even a draft that could have moved paper, let alone a metal paint lid. I tried to brush it off, but I felt this coldness in my stomach that had nothing to do with the winter chill. The next day, Dad was at the house alone while I was at work. When I got back, he looked uncomfortable. "Everything all right?" I asked, hanging up my coat. "Probably nothing," he said, but his face told me otherwise. "Just some odd things kept happening while you were gone." He explained how he'd been touching up the paint when a water bottle he'd placed on the windowsill suddenly fell off. No vibration, no bump to the sill, it just toppled over as if someone had pushed it. Later, while he was measuring for curtains, a pencil he'd put on the dresser fell to the floor. Then a screwdriver did the same thing in James's room. "Old houses settle," I said, not really believing it myself. "Uneven surfaces and all that." Dad just nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced either. That night was my first staying in the house. I'd set up my bed in the master bedroom, though it was just a mattress on the floor until my bed frame arrived. The kids' rooms were mostly ready, with their beds set up and toys unpacked. They were coming the next day, and I wanted everything perfect. I fell asleep around 11 after a long day of unpacking. At exactly 3:15 in the morning, I remember checking my phone. I woke to a loud bang. It sounded like a door slamming. Heart racing, I sat up and listened. The house was dead silent. I got up to check, grabbing my phone as a torch. The moment I stepped into the hallway, I noticed Lily's bedroom door was closed. I distinctly remembered leaving it wide open. I'd been in and out all evening, putting her stuffed animals on the bed and arranging her books. With a shaky hand, I opened her door. The room was empty, of course, but noticeably colder than the hallway. I checked all the other doors and windows. Everything was locked up tight. Back in bed, I couldn't sleep. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a draft had built up somehow and pushed the door closed. But there was no wind that night, and the house was sealed up against the January cold. The next day, the kids arrived. Their excitement about the new house temporarily pushed my worries aside. Lily loved her pink room, and James immediately set up his gaming console in his. That first night with them, everything seemed normal, and I started to think maybe I'd been imagining things. Then on the third night, I woke up to the sound of glass breaking. I rushed out of bed to find a full glass of water I'd left on my bedside table shattered on the floor. The table wasn't wobbly. The glass had been placed well away from the edge. There was absolutely no reason for it to have fallen. 2 nights later, James came into my room around midnight. "Dad, did you turn my light on?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "No, mate. Why?" "It just came on by itself. I was sleeping and then the room got bright and woke me up." I checked his room. The ceiling light was indeed on, but the switch was still in the off position. I flipped it up and down a few times and it worked normally. I told James it must be dodgy wiring and made a mental note to call the landlord. But the landlord's electrician found nothing wrong with any of the switches or wiring. "Everything's up to code," he said with a shrug. "Probably just a power surge." The following week, things escalated. I'd come home from work to find objects moved. Nothing major, just small things in different places than where I'd left them. A coffee mug on a different counter, Lily's hairbrush on the bathroom floor instead of the sink where she always put it. James's school shoes neatly paired in the hallway when I knew he'd kicked them off haphazardly in his room. One evening, after the kids were in bed, I was sitting in the living room scrolling through my phone when I heard music coming from upstairs. Not just any music. It was one of the pre-programmed songs on James's electronic guitar toy. My blood ran cold. The toy had to be physically switched on and a button pressed to play that tune. I sat there, frozen, listening to the tinny melody play through its entire cycle. When it stopped, I found my voice. "Whatever you are," I said out loud, feeling ridiculous but desperate. "Please, leave my children out of this." The words had barely left my mouth when the guitar started playing again. Not randomly. It started exactly after I finished speaking, like a response, like whatever was there had heard me and was answering. I ran upstairs and into James's room. He was sound asleep. The guitar toy was on his desk, lit up and playing. I switched it off with shaking hands and checked on Lily. She was also asleep, unaware of what was happening. I couldn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway between their rooms, back against the wall, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. Around 4 in the morning, I finally dozed off. I woke to Lily's scream. Rushing into her room, I found her pointing at her Buzz Lightyear doll. As we watched, its arm moved up on its own and its recorded voice announced, "To infinity and beyond." No one was near it. No buttons had been pressed. That was it. That night, I moved both kids into my room. We all slept in my bed, with me in the middle and a child on either side. I told them there might be something wrong with the electricity that was making their toys act funny. And until it was fixed, we'd have a special sleepover in Dad's room. But things kept happening. The bathroom taps would turn on by themselves. Doors would close or open without anyone touching them. One morning, all the cereal boxes were arranged in a perfect line on the kitchen floor, though they'd been in the cupboard the night before. What really unnerves me is how the activity seems to respond to us, like it's listening, like it's aware. Last week, James was struggling with his maths homework and said out loud, "I wish I could find my calculator." 10 minutes later, his calculator, which we hadn't seen since moving in, was sitting in the middle of his bed. Yesterday, I was looking everywhere for my car keys and getting frustrated. I said, "Come on, I'm going to be late for work." When I turned around, the keys were on the kitchen table. I swear on my life they hadn't been there seconds before. I've tried talking to the landlord, but he just dismisses it all. Old houses make noises, he says. Things get misplaced, but he won't look me in the eye when we talk about it. I asked some neighbors if they knew anything about the house. Most just shrugged, but one elderly woman across the street gave me a strange look. "The Taylor family left in quite a hurry, didn't they?" she said, referring to the previous tenants. When I pressed her for more information, she just shook her head and went inside. I've started researching the house's history, but there's nothing obvious that stands out. No tragic deaths or famous crimes, but something is here with us, something that moves objects, plays with toys, and seems to be trying to communicate in its own way. Last night was the worst yet. I woke up around 2 in the morning to find both kids gone from my bed. Panicking, I rushed to check their rooms. Lily was in hers, tucked in neatly with her favorite teddy bear in her arms. James was in his bed too, blankets pulled up to his chin, but I know, they fell asleep in my room. I would have felt them get up and leave. When I tried to wake Lily to bring her back, she looked at me with the strangest expression and said, "The nice lady said I should sleep in my own bed." Then she rolled over and went back to sleep. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. The lease is for 12 months, and I can't afford to break it and find somewhere new. The kids seem less bothered by all this than I am. They've even started talking to whatever it is, saying good morning and good night to the empty air. But I can't shake this feeling that it's just toying with us for now, that whatever it wants, it's biding its time, and I'm terrified of what happens when it decides it's waited long enough. Story 8. I've always considered myself a spiritual person, but not particularly religious. Like, I believe in a higher power, but I've never been one to go to church every Sunday or anything. At least that was my stance up until 2 months ago. What happened that night in my friend's apartment has completely changed how I view the spiritual world. I'm still trying to process it. It was a Friday night, and I was staying over at my friend Megan's place. She'd recently moved into this gorgeous penthouse apartment in the city, a real upgrade from her old studio. The view was incredible, floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the skyline. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt up there, above all the noise and chaos. Little did I know how that peaceful feeling would be shattered in just a few hours. We'd had a few glasses of wine, nothing crazy, just enough to get us into those deep philosophical conversations you tend to have late at night. It must have been around midnight when our talk shifted to religion. Megan had been going through some stuff lately and had started attending church again after years away. She was telling me about how it had been helping her find peace. I was genuinely interested because I'd been feeling kind of lost myself. There's something about hitting your 30s that makes you question everything. So there we were, sitting cross-legged on her plush carpet in the living room, a single lamp casting this soft glow around us, and the city lights twinkling outside the windows. "I don't know, Sophia," Megan said, swirling the last bit of wine in her glass. "There's just something comforting about believing that there's something bigger than us out there, you know?" I nodded, and I remember exactly what I said next because of what happened after. But what about all the scary stuff, like demons and possession and all that? That's the part that always freaked me out as a kid. As soon as those words left my mouth, I swear the air in the room changed. It's hard to describe if you haven't felt it before. It was like the pressure dropped suddenly, making my ears pop. The room felt heavier somehow, colder too, even though the temperature hadn't actually changed. Megan didn't seem to notice at first. She was going on about how her pastor says that having faith in Jesus provides protection from dark forces. I was only half listening because I was distracted by this weird feeling I couldn't shake. The way Pastor Mike explains it, she was saying, demons can't harm you if you're protected by... That's when it happened. A book, this thick, hardcover book, suddenly flew off the top shelf of Megan's tall bookcase and slammed onto the hardwood floor with a bang that made us both jump. And when I say flew, I don't mean it slid off or tipped over. It launched like someone had pushed it with force. The book landed about 6 feet from the bookcase, which made no physical sense. It should have just dropped straight down if it had somehow fallen on its own. For a second, we both just froze, staring at the book on the floor. It was a cookbook, I think. Nothing religious or significant. Megan's face had gone completely white. I tried to play it cool, even though my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "See?" I said, forcing a smile. "That's exactly what happens when you call them by name. They don't like it. They try to scare you." I don't know why I said that. Maybe I was trying to make light of the situation, or maybe deep down, I already knew what was happening. But even as I said those words with this fake confidence, my hands were shaking. I had this overwhelming instinct not to show fear, like whatever was in that room with us would feed off it. Megan laughed nervously. "It's probably just the building settling or something," she said, but her voice was shaky and she didn't move to pick up the book. Neither did I. We both just left it there on the floor like some kind of evidence. We tried to get back to our conversation, but it felt forced now. I kept glancing at the bookshelf, half expecting to see something standing there. The heavy feeling in the room hadn't gone away. If anything, it felt more intense, like the air itself had thickened. I checked my phone. It was 1:20 in the morning. We'd been talking for nearly an hour since the first book fell, trying to convince ourselves that it was nothing. Megan had just mentioned something about spiritual warfare, how her pastor said that negative forces were real and actively working in the world. That's when the second book fell. This time, there was no mistaking it for an accident or the building settling. This was a smaller book, a paperback from a completely different shelf, and it didn't just fall, it was thrown. It skidded across the floor and stopped right at my feet. Megan let out a small whimper. I looked up at her and saw tears forming in her eyes. "Sophia," she whispered, "what's happening? I don't consider myself brave. I've never been the person who wants to investigate the strange noise in a horror movie. But in that moment, I felt this surge of anger cut through my fear. Whatever this thing was, it was trying to terrify us in Megan's own home, and something about that just pissed me off. I stood up, my legs shaky but determined. I remember taking a deep breath and speaking in the loudest, clearest voice I could manage. "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. You are not welcome here. Leave this house now." I'm not even religious, so I don't know where those exact words came from. They just felt right, powerful somehow. As soon as I said them, the heaviness in the room seemed to shift. It didn't disappear, but it changed, like whatever was there had been startled. Megan was full-on crying now. She jumped up and ran to the bathroom, mumbling something about needing to wash her face. I heard the water running and stood there alone in the living room, suddenly very aware of how quiet it was. That's when I noticed the temperature. It had definitely dropped. I could see my breath fogging slightly in front of me, which made no sense because Megan's apartment had central heating, and it was the middle of summer. I wrapped my arms around myself, rubbing my skin, which had broken out in goosebumps. There was this sound then, so faint I almost missed it. A low humming, almost like someone was softly singing, but with no distinguishable melody. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The lights flickered once, twice, and then steadied. I stood rooted to the spot, afraid to move, but equally afraid to stay still. The humming grew slightly louder, and I swear I could feel breath on the back of my neck, even though I was standing in the middle of the room with nothing behind me. Megan came back from the bathroom, her face pale but composed. She'd clearly splashed cold water on herself. "We should stop talking about this stuff," she said quietly. I think we're freaking ourselves out." I nodded, but we both knew it wasn't just in our heads. Something had responded to our conversation. Something was there with us. We moved to the kitchen, turning on all the lights as we went. I suggested making tea, just to have something normal to do. As the kettle boiled, we stood in awkward silence, avoiding the topic that was screaming in both our minds. "I can't stay here alone tonight," Megan finally said, her voice small. "I know it sounds stupid, but I'm scared, Sophia. Really scared." "It's not stupid," I assured her, and I wasn't planning on leaving anyway. We took our tea back to the living room, but sat on the couch this time, closer together. The books were still on the floor where they had fallen. Neither of us had touched them. I don't think we wanted to acknowledge they were real. As we sat there, sipping tea and making forced small talk about work and anything other than what had just happened, I kept feeling like someone was standing just behind the couch, watching us. Every few minutes, I'd turn to look, but there was never anything there, at least nothing I could see. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion finally overcame fear, and we decided to try to sleep. Megan suggested we both sleep in her room, rather than me taking the guest room as planned. I quickly agreed. As we were walking down the hallway to her bedroom, all the lights in the apartment suddenly went out. Not a power outage. I could still see the buildings lit up outside the windows. Just Megan's apartment was dark. I heard her gasp beside me. Without thinking, I grabbed her hand and squeezed it. "It's okay," I whispered, though I didn't believe it myself. "Just hold on to me." We stood frozen in the dark hallway, afraid to move forward or back. That's when I saw it, a shadow, darker than the darkness around it, moving across the wall at the end of the hall. It wasn't cast by anything. It was moving independently, sliding along the wall like some kind of liquid. "Do you see that?" Megan's voice was barely audible. I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me in the dark. "Yes," I whispered back. The shadow paused, as if it had heard us. Then it began to change shape, stretching upward, forming what looked like a head and shoulders. It wasn't fully human-shaped, more like a rough approximation, like something trying to remember what a person looked like. I felt Megan's nails dig into my arm. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't respond. The shadow figure seemed to be looking at us, though it had no eyes that I could see. Then, without warning, it lunged forward, not toward us, but into the wall itself, disappearing as if it had been absorbed into the plaster. The moment it vanished, the lights came back on, all at once, blindingly bright. We didn't talk about what we'd seen. We just ran to Megan's room, shut and locked the door, and huddled together on her bed with all the lights on. Neither of us slept. We just sat there, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. When morning finally came, it felt like being released from some kind of spell. The apartment felt normal again. Bright, airy, expensive. No sign of the oppressive atmosphere from the night before. We never found an explanation for what happened that night. Megan moved out of that apartment a week later, breaking her lease and losing her security deposit. She's living with her sister now and going to church every Sunday. As for me, I've been doing a lot of reading about spiritual protection. I've even started attending a Bible study, something I never thought I'd do. I don't know exactly what was in that apartment with us that night, but I know it was real, and it was responding to us, to our words, to our fears. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling like there's something watching me from the corner of my room. And sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can hear that same soft humming sound from Megan's apartment. Whatever it was, I think we called it to us that night, and sometimes I wonder if it followed me home. Story 9. I've never told this story in full detail to anyone outside my family. Even now, 20 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. My little brother Kevin and I were just normal kids growing up in a quiet neighborhood in Concord, New Hampshire. I was 10, Kevin was 6. We shared a bedroom in our 2-story colonial house. Nothing special, just a typical suburban home built in the 70s with faded blue siding and white shutters. The nightmares started around mid-October when the weather turned cold. I remember because Mom had just put our winter comforters on the beds. At first it was just Kevin. He'd wake up crying about the little men that were chasing him in his dreams. Mom or Dad would come in, comfort him, and that was that. Just normal kid stuff, right? I even teased him a little because that's what big brothers do. Then I started having them too. In my dreams, I was always in our bedroom, but something was wrong. The shadows were too dark, and there was this feeling of being watched. Then these small, hunched figures would start emerging from the corners, moving in jerky, unnatural ways. They never had clear faces, just these dark voids where features should be. I'd try to scream or run, but you know how nightmares are. It's like trying to move through molasses. After about 2 weeks of this, Kevin and I were both waking up multiple times a night. Our parents were getting frustrated, thinking we were just feeding off each other's imagination. Dad gave us this whole lecture about how there's no such thing as monsters, and how we needed to grow up a little. Mom was more sympathetic, but still thought it was just a phase. Then came that first night when everything changed. It was around 2 in the morning when Kevin's screaming jolted me awake, not the usual nightmare whimpering. This was pure terror. Mom and Dad came running in, flipping on the lights. Kevin was sitting bolt upright, pointing toward our bedroom door, sobbing so hard he could barely speak. "The goblin," he finally managed to choke out. "It was in the hallway. It was coming for us." Dad checked the entire upstairs, of course. Nothing. Mom sat with Kevin until he calmed down, but he refused to sleep in his own bed that night. He curled up with Mom and Dad, and I remember feeling this weird mix of relief that I didn't have to be alone in our room, and jealousy that he got to escape while I had to stay. The next morning, Kevin described what he saw. A small, skinny creature, about 3 feet tall, with gray skin and long fingers, scurrying on all fours down the hallway toward our room. When he saw it, it stopped and looked right at him with these huge black eyes, then smiled with a mouth full of needle-like teeth. Then it was gone. Dad told him it was just a dream, that he'd probably been half asleep and imagined it. Mom suggested we stop watching scary shows before bed, even though we weren't allowed to watch anything scary in the first place. For the next few nights, I slept with one eye open. I'd convinced myself that Kevin had just had a really vivid nightmare, but there was this nagging feeling I couldn't shake. Our room felt different, colder. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper somehow. About a week later, Kevin woke up screaming again. This time, he said something was scratching at his window. Our beds were positioned under the windows, his under the east window, mine under the west. Dad checked outside with a flashlight, but there was nothing there. No tree branches, no animals, nothing that could explain the scratching. That's when I started hearing things too. It started with small sounds at night, the kind you can almost convince yourself are just the house settling or the wind outside. But then they became more distinct. Soft pattering sounds, like tiny feet moving quickly across our hardwood floor. Sometimes I'd hear a quiet chittering noise, almost like whispering, but not in any language I could understand. I told my parents, but they were getting tired of all this. Dad suggested I was just copying Kevin for attention. That hurt a lot. I wasn't making it up. One night, I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. As I got out of bed, I saw something dart under Kevin's bed, just a quick movement in the corner of my eye. I froze, suddenly wide awake, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stared at the dark space under his bed for what felt like forever, afraid to move. Kevin was sound asleep, oblivious. I didn't go to the bathroom. I climbed back into bed and pulled the covers over my head, shaking. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day at school, I was so tired I could barely keep my eyes open. My teacher, Mrs. Phillips, asked if everything was okay at home. I just nodded and said I wasn't sleeping well. What was I supposed to say? That there were monsters in my bedroom? That night, I brought a flashlight to bed. Mom saw it and gave me this look, half concerned, half exasperated. "Marcus, honey, you're the big brother. You need to set an example for Kevin." I nodded, but I kept the flashlight. Around midnight, I woke up to that chittering sound again. I lay perfectly still, listening. It was coming from the closet. Very slowly, I reached for my flashlight. The second my hand moved, the sound stopped. Complete silence. I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it at the closet, clicking it on. The door was open about an inch. I always made sure it was closed before bed, because the darkness inside freaked me out. I watched that sliver of darkness, hardly daring to breathe. Then I saw something move inside, just a shifting of the shadows. I yanked the covers over my head and pressed my face into the pillow to muffle my panicked breathing. The next morning, I told Mom the closet door had been open. She said I probably forgot to close it properly. I didn't argue, but I knew better. Things escalated quickly after that. Kevin started refusing to sleep in his own bed altogether. He'd throw absolute tantrums at bedtime, clinging to Mom or Dad, begging to sleep in their room. Sometimes they'd give in just to get some peace, but other times they'd insist he stay in his own bed, saying we needed to break this cycle. Those nights were the worst. Kevin would eventually cry himself to sleep, and I'd lie there feeling guilty and terrified, listening to every little sound in the darkness. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because we'd had pizza for dinner, which we always had on Tuesdays. Kevin had been especially clingy that evening, not wanting to go upstairs at all. Dad had carried him up, practically forcing him into bed, telling him firmly that big boys sleep in their own beds. Kevin had been sobbing quietly when I got into my bed. I must have fallen asleep at some point. The next thing I knew, Kevin was screaming, a high, terrified shriek that made my blood run cold. I sat up just as our bedroom door burst open and the lights came on. Mom and Dad rushed in, and there was Kevin, pressed against the headboard of his bed, eyes wide with terror, pointing at the foot of his bed and screaming, "They almost got me! They almost got me!" Dad was yelling, "Kevin, stop this right now!" Mom was trying to pull Kevin into her arms, but he was thrashing around, still pointing and screaming. Then Mom gasped, "Oh my God, Rob, look at his arms." Kevin's arms were covered in angry red scratches, dozens of them, some deep enough to have drawn small beads of blood. They looked like they'd been made by tiny claws or fingernails. Dad went pale. He looked at the scratches, then at Kevin, then at me. For the first time, I saw real fear in his eyes. "Did you do this?" he asked me, his voice shaking. I was so shocked I couldn't even answer at first. When I finally found my voice, all I could say was, "No, Dad, no." Mom was examining the scratches more closely. "These couldn't be self-inflicted," she said quietly. "Some of them are on the backs of his arms, and look at the pattern. They're like handprints, small handprints." Kevin had calmed down enough to speak. Between sobs, he told us what happened. He'd woken up feeling something tugging at his blanket. When he opened his eyes, he saw 3 of them, the goblins as he called them, standing at the foot of his bed. 2 were pulling at his blanket while the 3rd was starting to climb up. When he screamed, they scattered, one of them dragging its claws along his arms as it fled. Dad searched the entire room, under the beds, in the closet, behind the dresser. He even went outside to check if anyone could have gotten in through the windows, though we were on the 2nd floor. Mom took Kevin to the bathroom to clean his scratches and put antibiotic ointment on them. I sat on my bed, unable to stop shaking. I knew what I'd seen over the past weeks hadn't been my imagination. Those things were real, and they'd hurt my little brother. That night, we all slept in my parents' room, Kevin and I on a makeshift bed on the floor. The next day, Dad called his mother, my grandmother, who lived about an hour away. She was very religious and always had been a bit superstitious. When she heard what had happened, she drove straight over. Grandma didn't question our story for a second. She took one look at Kevin's arms, now covered in small bandages, and her face hardened. "This ends today," she said. She went to the church and came back with holy water and several crucifixes. She placed a crucifix in every room of the house, paying special attention to our bedroom. She hung one over each of our beds and another on the closet door. She sprinkled holy water in all the corners, under the beds and along the windowsills, all while reciting prayers in Latin. Then she burned sage, walking through every room, letting the smoke fill every corner. The whole house smelled like a weird mix of church and herb garden. Under different circumstances, Kevin and I probably would have laughed about it, but we were too scared to find anything funny. That night, Grandma insisted we sleep in our own room again. "You need to reclaim your space," she told us. "Show them you're not afraid." She sat in a chair between our beds until we fell asleep, a Bible open in her lap. I was sure I wouldn't be able to sleep, but exhaustion must have taken over. I woke up the next morning to sunlight streaming through the windows. Kevin was still asleep in his bed. Grandma was gone, probably to make breakfast. For the first time in weeks, I hadn't had any nightmares. Kevin woke up a few minutes later, looking around in confusion. "They didn't come back," he said, sounding surprised, and they never did. Whatever Grandma did, it worked. The scratching sound stopped, the chittering voices disappeared, the feeling of being watched faded away. Within a few days, our room felt normal again. Just a regular kid's bedroom with superhero posters and Lego sets scattered on the floor. But the experience left its mark on both of us. I slept with a nightlight until I was 15, something I was deeply embarrassed about but couldn't bring myself to stop. Kevin was affected even more deeply. He developed an intense fear of the dark that persists to this day. He refuses to watch horror movies or read anything about the paranormal. He won't even let his own kids share a bedroom because of what happened to us. Our parents never fully acknowledged what happened. They'd refer to it vaguely as that rough patch, or when you boys were having those nightmares. I think it was easier for them to believe it was all in our heads than to accept what it might mean if it wasn't. But Kevin and I know what we experienced. Those scratches were real, and sometimes, even now, when I'm staying at my parents' house and pass by our old bedroom door, I can't help but hurry past, afraid of what might be waiting inside. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts. I was always the skeptical one in my friend group, rolling my eyes whenever someone would bring up paranormal stuff. But what happened in my bedroom changed everything, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. My grandma moved in with us in late 2019 when her cancer got really bad. The doctors had given her maybe a month, and my mom wanted her to be comfortable rather than dying in some sterile hospital room. Since we didn't have a guest room, they decided to put her in my bedroom because it was the largest after my parents' room. I didn't mind. I loved my grandma, and I was fine sleeping on the pull-out in my mom's room for a while. They set up a hospital bed where my desk used to be, along with all these medical supplies, oxygen tanks, those little paper cups for pills, adult diapers, and this weird lotion that was supposed to help with her bed sores. The hospice nurse came every other day, but mostly it was my mom taking care of her. I helped when I could, but honestly, seeing her waste away like that was hard. She'd always been this strong, independent woman who made the best apple pie and told the funniest stories about my mom as a kid. Now she was this tiny, frail person who could barely lift her head. Those last few weeks, she'd call out all the time. Carol, that's my mom, or sometimes my name. It was always something small, adjusting her pillow, getting more water, or sometimes just wanting company. I'd sit with her and hold her hand while she dozed off. Sometimes she'd be confused and think I was my mom when she was younger. Other times she'd be totally lucid and would tell me to study hard and not waste time with boys who don't deserve you. Classic grandma stuff. She died on December 3rd, a Tuesday. I remember because I had a history test that day, and when I got home, there were 2 police cars and a coroner's van in our driveway. Even though we knew it was coming, it still hit us hard. My mom was a mess. I just felt numb. After they took her body away, we closed the door to my room and kind of avoided it. We didn't talk about cleaning it out or anything. It was like this silent agreement that we weren't ready to deal with it yet. My mom said we'd tackle it after the funeral and holidays. The smell started almost immediately. If you've never smelled death before, consider yourself lucky. It's not like what they show in crime shows. It's worse, and it gets in everything. We tried everything. Candles, incense, those plug-in air fresheners, even leaving the windows open for days, despite it being December and freezing. Nothing worked. The smell was just there, contained in my room like it had soaked into the walls. The first weird thing happened about a week after she died. Mom was at work, and I was home alone with our dog, Bruno. He's this lazy golden retriever who barely moves for anything except food, but that day was different. I was in the shower, and suddenly Bruno started barking like crazy. Not his normal someone's at the door bark, but this panicked, high-pitched sound I'd never heard him make before. I quickly rinsed off, wrapped a towel around me, and stepped out, dripping wet and freaked out. Bruno was standing in the hallway, hackles raised, staring at my bedroom door, which was wide open. I froze. That door had been closed since they took Grandma's body away. I know because we'd been actively avoiding opening it due to the smell. Mom and I had this unspoken rule about keeping it shut. I called out, thinking maybe Mom had come home early, but the house was silent except for Bruno's low growling. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my phone ready to call 911 and slowly walked toward my room, checking other rooms along the way for an intruder. When I got to my doorway, the smell hit me like a wall. It was 100 times stronger than before, but nothing in the room had changed. The hospital bed was still there, sheets rumpled the way they'd been when they took Grandma. Her slippers were still by the bed, her reading glasses still on my nightstand. I quickly closed the door and backed away. Bruno wouldn't go near it. He just kept staring at the door and whimpering. I sat on the couch with him, both of us watching that door until Mom got home an hour later. The weirdest part? When Mom pulled into the driveway, she texted me saying, "Did you open Grandma's room? I can smell it from outside." Before that day, the smell had never made it beyond my bedroom door, no matter how bad it got. I told Mom what happened, and she looked really uncomfortable. She's not religious or superstitious, but she lit one of Grandma's favorite candles that night and sat quietly for a long time. About 2 weeks later, we were sitting on the couch watching some Netflix show when we both heard it. Clear as day, Grandma's voice called out, "Carol," just like she used to when she needed something. It was that same weak, raspy voice from her final days. Mom and I both froze and looked at each other. Bruno, who'd been sleeping at our feet, jumped up and started that same panicked barking from before. "You heard that too, right?" I whispered. Mom nodded, her face pale. I thought I was imagining things. We searched the entire house, checked all the doors and windows. Nothing was out of place, and no one was there. But that voice, it wasn't in our heads. We both heard it exactly the same way. After that night, Mom finally decided we needed to clean out my room. We spent an entire weekend scrubbing every surface, washing all fabrics, and even repainting the walls. We got rid of the hospital bed and rearranged all my furniture. We burned sage, Mom's co-worker suggested it, and opened all the windows despite the freezing temperature. By Sunday night, my room looked completely different, and the smell was finally gone. I was still sleeping in Mom's room, though. Neither of us mentioned me moving back to my room, and I wasn't in a hurry to suggest it. Then COVID hit, and we were both stuck at home all the time. The pull-out couch in Mom's room wasn't great for my back, especially when I was doing online school. After about 2 weeks of quarantine, I decided to try sleeping in my room again. The first night was fine. I was exhausted from a day of Zoom classes and fell asleep immediately. The second night, though, that's when it started. I was lying in bed scrolling through TikTok when I got this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Not like when you're home alone and get spooked. This was different. It felt like someone was standing right next to my bed, staring down at me. I tried to ignore it, but then I realized I was sweating despite the room being cold. My heart started racing, and I couldn't catch my breath. I sat up, thinking I was having some kind of panic attack, and that's when I noticed I was lying exactly where Grandma's bed had been, the exact spot where she died. I jumped out of bed and turned on all the lights. The feeling didn't go away. It was like invisible eyes were following me around the room. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and went back to Mom's room, telling her I just couldn't sleep. Over the next few months, I tried sleeping in my room a few more times with the same result. The feeling of being watched. The physical symptoms: sweating, chills, racing heart, trouble breathing. One night I even felt something brush against my hair, like fingers gently stroking it the way Grandma used to when I was little. The final straw came in July. I was determined to reclaim my space and had been sleeping in my room for 3 consecutive nights. Despite the uncomfortable feelings, I woke up around 3 in the morning, that hour when everything feels more intense. The room was freezing cold, even though it was summer in California and we didn't have the AC on. As I laid there, trying to convince myself it was nothing, I heard Grandma's voice again, not calling out like before, but whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but it was her voice, right next to my ear. I felt her breath, actual warm breath, on my cheek. I scrambled out of bed so fast I knocked over my nightstand. Mom came running in to find me pressed against the wall, hyperventilating. I couldn't even explain what happened. I just kept pointing at the bed and shaking my head. That was 9 months ago. I still haven't slept a full night in my room since then. I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Mom even got a priest to bless the house. We're not even Catholic. But nothing works. The feeling of being watched is always there, especially at night. I don't think Grandma wants to hurt me. Sometimes I wonder if she just doesn't know she's dead, or if she's trying to tell me something. But whatever the reason, I can't sleep in that room anymore. Even sitting at my desk to do homework feels like someone's standing behind me, breathing down my neck. Mom's talking about us moving when our lease is up next month. I feel guilty that we're basically running away from Grandma, but I also haven't had a decent night's sleep in my own bed for over a year. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something is in my room, and it's been there since the day Grandma died in it. Maybe some places just absorb death the way fabrics absorb smells. Maybe some people leave more than just memories behind. And Story 11. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff. I'm pretty much your average guy. I work at a warehouse in Edmonton, hang out with friends, nothing special. But something happened last July that I still can't explain, and it's been messing with my head ever since. It started on a Tuesday night. I was helping my buddy Mike close up the bar where he works. It was around 11:30, and we were almost done when this girl walked in asking for tobacco. Mike had stepped into the back to count something in the stockroom, so I told her he'd be right back. We got to chatting while waiting. She was pretty, with this long dark hair and these intense green eyes. When Mike came back, she bought her stuff and was about to leave when I remembered I needed rolling papers. I'd been planning to roll a joint when I got home, but realized I was out. On impulse, I asked if she had any extra papers. "Yeah, I've got some at my place," she said. Her name was Aria, and apparently she lived just a few blocks away. I don't normally hang out with strangers, but something about her was easy to talk to. When I mentioned I was planning to smoke alone, she suggested we could share one at the nearby park. It wasn't super late yet, maybe around midnight, and it was July, so it wasn't even that dark out. Edmonton summers, you know. This park was right next to the industrial zone where I work. It's nothing special. Just a small green space with some benches and trees bordering the back of several warehouses. Most of the area was pretty dark except for the security lights from the warehouse where I work. They had these bright floodlights that lit up part of the park. We found a spot on the grass facing away from the warehouse, using the light behind us to roll the joint. We sat there for maybe half an hour just talking about random stuff. Music, her job at some coffee shop downtown, my warehouse gig, normal getting to know you conversation. At some point, Aria suddenly tensed up and grabbed my arm. "What the hell is that?" she whispered, pointing toward a cluster of trees about 30 feet away. I squinted and saw what she was looking at, a dark, hooded figure standing motionless at the edge of the tree line. I'm not going to lie, my heart jumped into my throat for a second. The silhouette looked exactly like what you'd imagine death to look like, tall, draped in black, just standing there. After a few seconds of us both freezing, the figure moved, and I realized it was just a woman wearing a hijab. She was walking her dog and probably hadn't even noticed us sitting there in the semi-darkness. We both started laughing from the relief, feeling stupid for getting scared. After that, I started messing with Aria a bit. I'd point at random dark spots in the bushes and whisper, "Did you see that?" just to watch her jump. Childish, I know, but we were both a little high, and it seemed funny at the time. It must have been around 1 in the morning when we decided to head out. As I stood up and turned around to get my bearings, I noticed something odd. The 2 security lights on the back corner of the warehouse, the ones that had been illuminating our spot all evening, were off. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe they were on timers or motion sensors that had timed out. But as we walked toward the park exit, I glanced back one more time. The lights were on again. I stopped walking and stared. I hadn't heard any click or seen them gradually turn on. They were just suddenly illuminated again, casting long shadows across the park. Aria hadn't noticed. She was a few steps ahead, talking about some concert she wanted to check out. "Did you see that?" I asked, pointing back at the warehouse. She turned around, looking confused. "See what?" "The lights. They were off a second ago. Now they're back on." She shrugged. "Maybe they're on some kind of sensor. Come on, it's getting late." We parted ways at the main road. Her apartment was east, mine west. The walk home was only about 15 minutes, but it felt longer that night. I kept noticing the streetlights along my route. Most of them were the standard orange sodium ones that give everything that weird color at night. As I approached the 3rd block from my place, the streetlight ahead of me flickered and went out just as I got near it. Again, not that weird. Streetlights burn out all the time. But then the next one did the same thing, and the next. Each light would stay on until I got about 20 feet away, then go dark just as I passed under it. By the time I reached my apartment building, I was seriously freaked out. 4 consecutive streetlights had gone out as I approached them. The rational part of my brain was saying it was just a power fluctuation, but something about it felt targeted. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing those warehouse lights turning back on when no one was around to trigger them. The next few days were normal. I mentioned the weird light thing to my roommate, who predictably laughed it off and said I shouldn't smoke so much weed. I almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then, about a week later, I was walking home from a late shift at the warehouse. It was around 10 at night, and I decided to cut through the same park where I'd been with Aria. As I entered the park, I noticed all the warehouse security lights were functioning normally. I felt a little silly for being spooked before. I was about halfway through the park when I heard a strange buzzing sound like electrical interference. I turned around and saw that all the warehouse lights were rapidly flickering, like there was a power surge. Then, one by one, they went completely dark. The park was suddenly pitch black. The only illumination came from distant streetlights outside the park's perimeter. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight and quickened my pace. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. They were soft at first, almost imperceptible. I stopped walking and listened. The footsteps also stopped. I started walking again, faster now, and the footsteps resumed, matching my pace exactly. I spun around, phone light extended like a weapon, but there was nobody there. Just the empty, dark path stretching back toward the now darkened warehouse. I practically ran the rest of the way through the park. When I reached the street, I turned back one more time. Every single light on the warehouse was on again, burning brightly as if they'd never gone out. And standing at the park entrance, barely visible in the shadows between streetlights, was a figure. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette about human-sized. As I stared, trying to convince myself it was just another park visitor, all the streetlights on the block suddenly went out in sequence, like dominoes falling. 1 second the street was lit, the next it was dark except for distant lights further down the road. I ran all the way home. For the next 3 weeks, it happened every single night. I'd be walking somewhere after dark, and streetlights would go out as I approached them. Sometimes just 1 or 2, sometimes entire blocks. It got to where I was taking Ubers everywhere after sunset, even for short distances, just to avoid walking under streetlights. My friends started noticing something was off. I looked exhausted all the time from not sleeping well. I'd flinch whenever lights flickered. I stopped going out at night unless absolutely necessary. The worst incident happened about a month after that first night in the park. I was working late at the warehouse, alone except for the night security guard who mostly stayed in his booth at the entrance. I was in the back section, taking inventory of some new shipments. The warehouse has these long aisles with high shelving units and overhead fluorescent lights running the length of each aisle. I was halfway down aisle 7 when the light directly above me went out with a sharp pop. No big deal. Bulbs burn out, but then the next one went out, and the next, one by one. Each light in the aisle was going dark, moving away from me toward the end of the aisle. It was like whatever was happening was leading me somewhere. Against my better judgment, I followed the trail of darkening lights to the end of the aisle. When I reached the back wall of the warehouse, all the lights in the entire building suddenly cut out. In the pitch darkness, I heard the security guard yell from the front, "Power's out! Stay where you are! The emergency lights should kick in!" But the emergency lights didn't activate. I stood frozen in the darkness, my phone dead from using it as a flashlight earlier. That's when I felt something cold brush against my neck, like fingers made of ice. I swear I heard breathing right next to my ear. I stumbled backward, colliding with a shelf. Something fell and shattered nearby. I was scrambling away when the lights came back on as suddenly as they'd gone out. There was nobody there, nothing that could have touched me or breathed on me, just shelves of inventory and concrete floor. The security guard found me sitting on the floor, shaking. He said the power had only been out for about 20 seconds, but it had felt like an eternity to me. When I told him about the cold touch and the breathing, he looked at me like I was crazy. I quit that job the next day. It's been 3 months now, and things have mostly gone back to normal. The streetlights don't go out around me anymore. I haven't felt that cold touch again, but I still can't explain what happened or why it stopped. Sometimes I think about texting Aria to ask if she experienced anything strange after that night, but I never saved her number. I've walked by the coffee shops downtown hoping to run into her, but never did. The only lasting effect is that I can't help watching lights now. Every time I walk under a streetlight, I find myself holding my breath, waiting for it to go out. Every time I'm alone in a room and the light flickers, I freeze. And sometimes, just sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep, I swear I can hear that soft electrical buzzing sound right before the street lamp outside my window briefly dims, then brightens again. Story 12. I've never been able to explain what happened in that house. I'm 32 now, but the memories from my childhood home still haunt me. I'm writing this because I finally got the courage to ask my mom about it last week, and what she told me, well, it confirmed everything I'd been afraid to believe all these years. We moved into that house when I was 7. It was a nice enough place in a good neighborhood. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a decent backyard. Nothing special, nothing that would make you think twice about moving in. But from the very beginning, something felt off about certain parts of the house. The kitchen and the back room connected to it. I can't explain the feeling I'd get whenever I had to go into those areas alone. It was this immediate, overwhelming sense of dread, like my body was screaming at me to get out. Fight or flight in the purest sense. My heart would start racing, my palms would sweat, and I'd feel this pressure on my chest, like someone was standing right behind me, watching. Sometimes I'd see it. This dark shape, like a shadow but more solid. Never directly, always in my peripheral vision or reflected in the glass door that led to the backyard. I'd be washing dishes or grabbing a snack from the fridge, and there it would be in the reflection. A tall, dark figure standing right behind me. But when I'd spin around, nothing. Just empty space and that horrible feeling of not being alone. The worst times were at night. If I needed water or a midnight snack, I'd have to psych myself up for 5 minutes before sprinting into the kitchen, grabbing whatever I needed and running back to my room. I developed this habit of counting to 3, then flipping on the light switch and scanning the room quickly before entering. I didn't want to be caught off guard. There were other things too, patches of air that would suddenly turn ice cold, even in the middle of summer, like walking through a freezer, and the footsteps in the attic, a space we barely used except for storage. We'd hear them late at night, slow and deliberate, moving from one end to the other. My dad always said it was just the house settling or raccoons, but raccoons don't wear heavy boots. I tried telling my parents about the dark figure a few times, but they brushed it off as an overactive imagination, so I stopped mentioning it and just avoided those areas of the house whenever I could. I'd make excuses not to be home alone, or I'd lock myself in my bedroom if everyone was out, anything to avoid being alone with whatever it was. What made the whole thing even more disturbing was that I wasn't the only one who felt it. I had friends over for a sleepover when I was about 12, and one of them, Melissa, completely broke down crying in the back room. We were playing hide and seek, and she'd hidden there. When we found her, she was huddled in the corner, shaking and sobbing. She couldn't even explain what happened, just kept saying she felt something watching her, something that didn't want her there. Another time, my friend Sarah stayed over, and in the morning she told me she'd woken up thirsty in the middle of the night but couldn't bring herself to go to the kitchen for water. She said she felt this overwhelming sense that she shouldn't go in there, that someone was waiting for her. She'd never heard me talk about my experiences with the house, which made it even more chilling. The real confirmation that something was wrong came when I was 14. Our heating system broke down in the middle of winter, and my parents called a repairman to fix it. I was doing homework in my room when I heard him and my dad talking in the hallway, their voices serious and concerned. Later that night, I overheard my parents arguing in hushed tones. Apparently, the repairman had discovered that someone had installed a deadbolt on the outside of my bedroom door. It had been painted over so many times it was barely visible, but it was there, a lock designed to keep someone inside my room, not out. That discovery rattled me more than any shadowy figure. Who had lived in my room before? Why would they need to lock someone in? I started having nightmares about being trapped while that dark figure stood outside my door, watching through the keyhole. About a year later, my mom suddenly announced we were moving. She said the house was too small for us now, that we needed more space. I was relieved, ecstatic even, but something about the urgency of the move felt strange. We didn't just move. My mom decided to tear down the house rather than remodel or sell it as is. She said it would be more cost-effective to rebuild from scratch, but that seemed extreme. The day the construction crew came to start demolition, I was at school. When I got home, we were staying with my grandparents temporarily. My mom was sitting at the kitchen table, her face pale and drawn. She wouldn't tell me what was wrong, just said there had been some complications with the demolition. It wasn't until last week, 17 years later, that I finally got the truth. I was visiting Mom for dinner, and somehow we got on the topic of old houses and renovations. I casually mentioned our old place and asked why she'd been so set on tearing it down rather than remodeling. She went quiet for a long moment, then asked if I remembered feeling strange in that house. I admitted everything: the dark figure, the cold spots, the overwhelming dread. She started crying, which shocked me because my mom isn't the emotional type. "I saw it too," she whispered. "That shape in the kitchen and back room, I felt it watching us. I never said anything because I didn't want to scare you." She went on to tell me that she'd involved our pastor without telling anyone. He'd come to the house when everyone was out and performed some kind of ritual, declaring that the house and everyone in it belonged to Jesus, not to whatever presence was there. But it didn't help. If anything, things got worse after that. More cold spots, more frequent sightings of the dark figure. The final straw, she said, was when she woke up one night and saw the figure standing at the foot of her bed, more solid and defined than ever before. She knew then that we had to leave, but she didn't just want to pass the problem on to another family. That's why she decided to tear it down. But here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. When the construction workers began taking down the walls, they made a discovery. Behind the drywall in the kitchen, right where I'd always felt the worst feelings, right where I'd seen the reflection of the dark figure, they found a small cloth bag. Inside were cremated human remains. The workers called the police, who took the remains for investigation. They determined the ashes were human but couldn't identify who they belonged to. The house had changed hands several times before we bought it, and there was no way to know who had hidden them there or why. My mom said she never told me because she didn't want to validate my fears and give me more nightmares. She thought I'd forget about the house and move on, and I did, mostly, until now. I've spent the past week trying to process all this. The fact that it wasn't just in my head, that my mom saw and felt the same things I did. The fact that someone's remains were literally in our walls the entire time. Was that the source of the presence I felt? Was it somehow connected to the deadbolt on my bedroom door? I keep thinking about who those ashes belonged to and how they ended up inside our wall. The house is gone now. A new one built in its place, currently occupied by a family with young kids. I sometimes wonder if they feel anything strange, or if destroying the original structure and removing those remains put an end to whatever was there. I hope so. I've tried researching the history of our old address, looking for deaths or disappearances that might explain the ashes, but I've found nothing conclusive. The remains were never identified as far as I know. Sometimes I still dream about that dark figure. In my dreams, it's always trying to show me something, leading me toward the kitchen wall where the ashes were found. But I always wake up before I discover what it wants me to see. Maybe some questions are better left unanswered. All I know for certain is that something was in that house with us, something that didn't want us there, and whatever it was tied to those cremated remains hidden within our walls. To this day, I can't bring myself to stand with my back to a reflective surface in a dark room. Some fears never really leave you, even when you understand their source. Story 13. I've never really told anyone the full story of what happened at my Aunt Elaine's house that day. It's been nearly 20 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was only 7 years old at the time, but some memories burn themselves into your mind so deeply that time doesn't fade them. This is one of those memories. It was a Saturday in early June, the kind of perfect summer day where the air feels fresh and everything seems bright. My dad woke me up early around 6 in the morning, telling me we needed to help Aunt Elaine move into her new house in Lakewood. I was excited because I'd get to see my cousins, Alex and Mia. They were a bit older than me. Alex was 10 and Mia was 12, but they always included me in their games. Lakewood was this quiet suburban town about an hour from where we lived. The neighborhoods had those cookie-cutter houses with neatly trimmed lawns and mailboxes that all looked the same. Aunt Elaine's new place was different, though. It sat at the very end of Maple Street, with a stretch of dense woods behind it. The house itself was older than the others in the neighborhood, a 2-story colonial with faded blue paint and shutters that needed fixing. When we pulled up in Dad's truck, I remember feeling something off about the place. Not scary exactly, just different, like the house was watching us. Dad said I was being silly when I mentioned it, ruffling my hair the way he always did when he thought I was letting my imagination run wild. "Tommy, come help with these boxes," Dad called as I was staring at the upper windows. For a second I could have sworn I saw a face looking back at me, but I blinked and it was gone. The moving truck was already there, and Uncle Robert, Elaine's husband, was directing the movers with the bigger furniture. My cousins came running out to greet me, and soon we were playing tag in the front yard while the adults did the boring stuff, as Alex called it. Around 11, Dad set up his camera on a tripod in the main hallway. He was really into photography back then and said he wanted to document the day for Aunt Elaine. It was one of those fancy cameras that could take pictures automatically every few minutes. He positioned it facing down the hallway, capturing the staircase and the entrance to most of the first-floor rooms. "This way we'll get everyone moving around without having to stop and pose," he explained, showing me how he had programmed it to take photos every 5 minutes. By noon, we were all starving. Aunt Elaine had ordered pizza, and we gathered in the kitchen to eat. The kitchen was the only room that felt normal to me, bright and sunny with yellow walls. The rest of the house had this heaviness to it, especially the upstairs rooms and that long hallway where Dad's camera was set up. While we ate, Mia and Alex were planning what bedrooms they'd take when they came to visit. I wasn't really paying attention because I kept hearing what sounded like footsteps upstairs. Nobody else seemed to notice, or if they did, they blamed it on the old house settling. After lunch, Dad went to check on his camera and scroll through some of the images it had captured. I followed him because I was bored and the cousins had gone to help their mom unpack kitchen stuff. Dad was standing in the hallway, staring at the camera's display screen with this weird look on his face. "Dad?" "What's wrong?" I asked, tugging at his sleeve. He jumped like I'd startled him, which was weird because he definitely heard me walking up. "Nothing, bud," he said, quickly clicking away from whatever photo he'd been looking at. "Why don't you go play outside for a bit? It's a beautiful day." I knew something was off, but at 7, when an adult tells you to go play, you don't argue. I headed out to the backyard, which sloped gently down to where the woods began. That's when I saw the frisbee, bright red against the green grass, lying near the tree line as if someone had left it there for me to find. I picked it up and looked around, wondering if it belonged to one of the neighbors. That's when I saw him, a boy about my age with dark hair and a blue t-shirt standing just inside the woods. He waved at me. "Hey," he called out, "wanna play?" I looked back at the house, but nobody was watching. Dad was still inside with his camera, and everyone else was busy. I figured it would be fine to play for a bit, so I jogged over. "I'm Tommy," I said. "I'm James," he replied. "I live nearby. Do you know how to throw a frisbee?" His voice was kind of quiet, like he was speaking from farther away than he actually was, but I didn't think much of it. I was just happy to have someone my age to play with. We tossed the frisbee back and forth in a small clearing just inside the woods. James was really good at it, making these amazing catches that seemed almost impossible. He didn't talk much, but when he did, he asked questions about where I lived and why I was at the house, as he called it. "My Aunt Elaine just bought it," I told him. "We're helping her move in." James got really still then, the frisbee clutched in his hands. "She bought it?" he asked, his voice even quieter than before. "Is she going to live here?" Before I could answer, I heard my dad calling my name. I hadn't realized how far into the woods we'd gone or how much time had passed. The sun was at a different angle now, casting long shadows through the trees. "I gotta go," I said, "but maybe we can play again later." James nodded, but he looked sad. "Maybe." He handed me the frisbee. "You can keep this. It's yours now." I took it and ran back toward the house, where Dad was standing at the edge of the yard looking worried. "Tommy, where were you?" he demanded, kneeling down to my level. "Playing frisbee with James," I said, holding up the red disc as proof. Dad frowned. "James? There's no one else around here, Tommy." "He was right there in the woods," I insisted, pointing back to where we'd been playing. But when I turned to look, there was no sign of the boy in the blue shirt. Dad sighed and put his hand on my shoulder. "Come on, kiddo. We need to get these boxes inside before it gets too late." For the next couple of hours, I helped carry smaller items inside. The whole time, I kept glancing toward the woods, hoping to see James again. The frisbee was still in my hands, proof that I hadn't imagined him. It was around 4 in the afternoon when the police cars pulled up. 2 officers got out and approached Uncle Robert, who was outside putting tools back in his truck. They spoke in low voices, and then Uncle Robert called for my dad and Aunt Elaine to come outside. I wasn't supposed to listen, but I snuck close to the open window near where they were talking. The officers were asking if we'd seen anyone suspicious around the property. Aunt Elaine looked confused and kept saying she just bought the house and didn't know any of the neighbors yet. Then one of the officers said something that made my stomach feel funny. "Ma'am, we're just doing a routine check. The real estate agency should have disclosed this to you, but there was an incident at this property about a year ago." Aunt Elaine's face went pale. "What kind of incident?" The officer hesitated, glancing at me before lowering his voice, but I still heard him say, "The previous family, the Harrises, died here. It was a tragedy. We're just making sure everything's secure." My dad noticed me by the window then and shooed me inside, telling me to go find my cousins. But instead of looking for Alex and Mia, I snuck into the hallway where Dad's camera was still set up. I wanted to see what had made him look so weird earlier. The camera was still on, and I figured out how to look through the photos by pressing the little arrow buttons. Most of them were just boring shots of people carrying boxes or furniture. But then I got to one that made me drop the frisbee I'd been carrying. It was a photo taken during lunchtime. The timestamp showed 12:20 p.m., when all of us were in the kitchen eating pizza. The hallway should have been empty, but it wasn't. Standing at the top of the stairs was a tall man with a grim expression, wearing clothes that looked old-fashioned, and next to him, on the bottom step, was James, the boy I'd been playing frisbee with in the woods. They were both staring directly at the camera, but they looked wrong, like they were there but not really there at the same time. Kind of see-through, but not quite. I must have made a noise because suddenly Dad was beside me, grabbing the camera from my hands. "Tommy, what are you doing?" he snapped, but when he saw my face, his expression softened. "You saw it, didn't you?" I nodded, unable to speak. My throat felt tight, and I couldn't stop looking at the stairs where they had been standing. Dad knelt down next to me. "Listen, Tommy, I need you to tell me about the boy you were playing with. What did he look like? What did he say to you?" So I told him everything, about finding the frisbee, about James saying he lived nearby, about him asking if Aunt Elaine was going to live in the house. Dad listened without interrupting, his face getting paler by the second. "Stay right here," he said finally, and went outside to where the police officers were still talking with Aunt Elaine and Uncle Robert. A few minutes later, they all came inside. One of the officers, a woman with kind eyes, sat down on the stairs with me while Dad showed the others the photo on his camera. I heard gasps, and someone, I think it was Aunt Elaine, started crying. The female officer asked me gentle questions about James, writing down everything I said in a little notebook. Then Dad came back with the camera and showed her the photo. "Tommy," she said carefully, "do you recognize these people in the picture?" I pointed at the boy. "That's James, the one I was playing with in the woods." She exchanged a look with my dad that I didn't understand at the time. "And did you see this man?" she asked, pointing to the taller figure. I shook my head. "No, just James." More whispers among the adults. Then the male officer pulled out a folder and showed my dad something inside it. Dad's face went completely white. That night we didn't stay at Aunt Elaine's new house. Nobody did. We all went to a hotel nearby, and I overheard the adults talking in hushed voices in the next room. Words like disclosure failure and lawsuit, and how could they not tell us? It wasn't until years later that I learned the full truth. The Harris family who had lived there before, James Harris was their 7-year-old son who had been strangled while playing in those woods. His father, overcome with grief, had shot himself in that very hallway where Dad's camera had been set up, and his mother had been killed by an intruder who was never caught. Her body found in front of the bedroom closet upstairs, where those bloodstains Aunt Elaine later discovered had come from. The frisbee, that bright red frisbee, had been James's favorite toy. It was mentioned in the police report as missing from the scene, presumed taken by whoever had killed him. The frisbee I brought back from the woods. The frisbee that disappeared from our hotel room that night and was never seen again. Aunt Elaine never moved into that house. The lawsuit against the real estate company was settled out of court. The house stood empty for years after that, until it was finally demolished to expand the woods into a nature preserve. I'm 27 now, and I've never played with a frisbee since that day. I still can't explain what happened, how a camera captured the image of a dead boy and his father, or how I spent 25 minutes playing with someone who had been gone for over a year. All I know is that James seemed so real, so alive. And sometimes when I drive through Lakewood, I find myself slowing down near where the house used to stand, half expecting to see a boy in a blue shirt waiting at the edge of the woods with a bright red frisbee in his hands. Story 14. I never really talked about this before because I figured people would think I'm nuts, but after reading some similar experiences here, I feel like I can finally share what happened to me as a kid. It's still hard to think about even now. When I was about 7 years old, My family moved into this new house on the outskirts of Las Vegas. It was an average-looking place, tan stucco exterior, typical desert landscaping, nothing special. But from the very first night, something felt off about it. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway. It wasn't particularly creepy, just a normal kid's room with beige walls and a window that faced the backyard. But the moment I tried to sleep there, the nightmares started. These weren't your typical kid nightmares about monsters under the bed. These were intense, vivid dreams that felt real. I'd wake up completely terrified, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I couldn't even remember what the nightmares were about, just the overwhelming feeling of dread they left behind. After about 2 weeks of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I was exhausted, dark circles forming under my eyes, and I was becoming jumpy and irritable. My mom noticed and suggested I move to the spare bedroom across the hall. When I told my dad about switching rooms, he got this strange look on his face. My dad was different. He never outright said he was psychic, but he knew things sometimes, things he shouldn't have been able to know. He'd predict phone calls seconds before they happened or know when someone was sick before they showed symptoms. "Changing rooms won't solve your problem, Melissa," he said quietly. "Only you can." I didn't understand what he meant then. I was just a kid who wanted to sleep without being terrified. So despite his cryptic warning, I moved my stuff to the spare room. It was smaller, with light blue walls and a twin bed pushed against the window. I felt better for about 3 days, then it started again. But this time, it wasn't just nightmares. I began seeing someone, or something, standing outside my bedroom door at night. Just a dark figure, completely still. I couldn't make out any features, just a tall, human-shaped shadow that seemed denser than the darkness surrounding it. I'd blink, and it would be gone. I started sleeping with my TV on, the volume low, playing Disney movies for comfort. The soft glow kept the room from being completely dark, and the familiar voices helped mask the weird sounds I sometimes heard, like footsteps when everyone was asleep, or whispers that seemed to come from the walls. My parents noticed I was still struggling but didn't know what to do. My mom thought I was just going through a phase. My dad would look at me with this knowing expression, but never said much about it, just that I needed to be strong and find my voice. I developed this whole bedtime ritual, checking under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. I'd leave the hallway light on and my door cracked open. I slept with 3 stuffed animals positioned like guards around me, anything to feel safer. This went on for years. Years. I just learned to live with it. The nightmares became less frequent but never completely stopped. The figure at my door appeared less often, but I still caught glimpses of it sometimes, usually when I was especially tired or stressed. Fast forward to when I was 14. We'd been in that house for 7 years, and my parents decided I should move to the bigger bedroom in the basement since I was getting older and needed more space. I was actually excited. The room had a captain's bed, with drawers underneath, and built-in bookshelves. Plus, it was farther away from where I'd seen the shadow figure. For a few months, things were better. I still slept with the TV on, but I wasn't as scared anymore. Then the dreams changed. Instead of vague nightmares I couldn't remember, I started having specific recurring dreams about people hiding in forests. In these dreams, I was always searching for something, pushing through thick underbrush, feeling watched. Sometimes I'd spot people dressed in what looked like traditional Native American clothing, ducking behind trees or watching me from a distance. I didn't think much of it at first. We'd been learning about Native American history in school, so I figured my brain was just processing that information. Then came that night in October. I remember it was a Tuesday, and unusually cold for Vegas. I'd gone to bed around 10, exhausted from a history test earlier that day. I fell asleep quickly but woke up around 2 in the morning with this weird sensation. It felt like someone was watching me. The TV was still on, casting blue light across the room. but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I tried to move but felt paralyzed. At first I thought it was sleep paralysis. I'd read about that online, but then I felt something cold wrap around my ankle. A hand, an actual hand, was gripping my ankle. I felt it pull, slowly dragging me toward the foot of the bed. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. It was like my voice was trapped in my throat. The pulling continued, steady and deliberate. With every ounce of strength I had, I finally managed to kick free and scramble up, pressing my back against the headboard. That's when I saw him. Standing at the foot of my bed was an elderly Native American man. He wasn't translucent or floating like ghosts in movies. He looked solid, real. He wore a simple leather vest over his bare chest with some kind of symbols painted or tattooed on his arms. His face was deeply lined, his hair gray and long, with a single feather tied into it. But his eyes, they were so dark and intense, filled with anger. He was still holding onto my ankle, his grip ice cold. Suddenly, my dad's words from years ago flashed in my mind. "Only you can solve this problem." I don't know where I found the courage, but I looked directly into those angry eyes and said, "Let go of me. You need to stop bothering me." My voice came out stronger than I expected, almost like it wasn't entirely my own. For a moment, nothing happened. Then his grip loosened, and he stepped back, his expression shifting from anger to something like surprise. He didn't disappear dramatically. He just slowly backed away until he seemed to fade into the shadows near my closet. I sat there shaking for hours, afraid to move, afraid to close my eyes. I kept the TV on and every light I could reach. When morning finally came, I was still awake, huddled in the same position. I told my parents what happened at breakfast. My mom looked concerned and suggested maybe I'd had a particularly vivid nightmare, but my dad just nodded slowly, like he'd been expecting this. "He's made himself known to you now," my dad said. "That means something." The next night, I was terrified to go to bed. I begged to sleep on the couch in the living room, but my parents insisted I face my fear. My dad came to my room and burned some kind of herb, sage, I think, and told me to repeat, "This is my space now, and you must respect that." I felt stupid saying it, but I did it anyway. That night, I slept with every light on and my door wide open. I still woke up around 2 in the morning, and he was there again, this time standing in the corner of my room just watching me. He didn't try to grab me or approach me. He just stood there staring. This continued for about a week. Every night I'd wake up around the same time and he'd be somewhere in my room watching, sometimes by the window, sometimes by the door, sometimes in that corner, never approaching, just observing. After the 7th night, I couldn't take it anymore. I sat up in bed and asked, "Why are you here? Why are you haunting me?" For several long moments there was silence. Then I heard his voice, a rough whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "This is my land," he said. "You don't belong here." Those words sent ice through my veins, not because they were particularly scary, but because of how sad and angry they sounded. There was centuries of pain behind them. The next day, my dad and I went to the local library. We researched the history of our neighborhood, trying to figure out if there had been a Native American settlement there. Weirdly, according to official records, there hadn't been any indigenous people living in that specific area for centuries. The land had been desert until development started in the 80s. That night, my dad came to my room. He lit the sage again and did something unusual. He spoke directly to the spirit as if he could see him too, though he later told me he couldn't. "We understand this was your land," my dad said to the empty room. "We respect that. We're not here to disrespect your memory or your people. We're just trying to live peacefully. Can we make a pact? We won't try to cleanse the house or force you out if you stop frightening my daughter." Nothing happened immediately. But that night, when I woke up at 2, the spirit was standing at the foot of my bed again. This time he nodded slowly, just once, before fading away. After that night, things changed. I still saw him occasionally, but not in the scary way before. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of him in the hallway or feel his presence in the living room. It wasn't frightening anymore, just a weird coexistence. Even stranger, I started developing some of the same abilities my dad had. I'd know who was calling before the phone rang. I'd have dreams that came true. My dad said the spirit had awakened something in me. I still don't know who he was or why our house was so important to him when records showed no Native American settlements there. Sometimes I wonder if the records were wrong or if maybe he was attached to something else, an object in our house or the land itself in a way that transcended recorded history. We lived in that house until I went to college. The spirit remained a constant presence, but a peaceful one. I never found out his name or the full story of why he was there. All I know is that acknowledging him and showing respect changed everything. I've since moved away, but I sometimes wonder if he's still there, watching the new family that moved in, or if he somehow moved on after we left. Either way, I'll never forget those dark eyes or the words that still echo in my mind sometimes. This is my land. You don't belong here. Story 15. I've been an outdoor enthusiast my whole life. Camping, hiking, cliff jumping, you name it. I'm the guy who's always pushing boundaries and seeking out places others are too scared to explore. That's exactly what led me to Black Hollow last month. God, I wish I'd never even heard of that place. I first learned about Black Hollow from a Reddit thread about unexplored hiking spots in my state. Most comments warned people to stay away. Typical small-town superstition stuff about missing hikers and strange occurrences. One comment particularly caught my attention. The forest doesn't want visitors, it keeps what enters. I laughed it off as local folklore designed to keep tourists away from their secret paradise. I did some research and found virtually nothing official about the area. No trail maps, no tourism info, barely any mentions online except in obscure forums where people shared creepy stories. This only made me more determined to check it out. A truly untouched wilderness experience was exactly what I needed after months of stress at work. I packed my gear last Friday morning. Tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 2 days, emergency supplies, the works. I told my roommate I was going camping for the weekend, but deliberately kept my destination vague. Looking back, that was incredibly stupid. No one knew exactly where I was going. The drive took about 3 hours, the last 40 minutes on increasingly narrow and poorly maintained roads. My GPS lost signal about 20 minutes before I reached what looked like a makeshift trailhead, just a small clearing with enough space for maybe 2 cars. There was no official signage, just a wooden post with Black Hollow carved crudely into it. Next to it, someone had nailed a small board with "Turn Back" painted in what looked like red paint. I remember taking a photo of it, thinking it would make a cool Instagram post later. The moment I stepped out of my car, I noticed how unnaturally quiet it was. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves despite the slight breeze I could feel on my skin, just complete suffocating silence. I almost got back in my car right then, but I chalked it up to my imagination being influenced by all those forum stories. The trail was barely visible, overgrown in places as if rarely used. The trees grew denser the further I walked, their branches twisting together overhead until they blocked most of the sunlight. After about 20 minutes of hiking, I couldn't see my car anymore when I looked back. The forest had completely swallowed me. I hiked for about 4 hours, occasionally checking my compass since there was no clear path. The trees seemed to grow taller and closer together with each passing hour. Their trunks were pale, almost white, with bark that peeled off in places like diseased skin. At around 3 in the afternoon, I reached a clearing that seemed perfect for camping, about 30 feet in diameter, surrounded by massive pine trees that stood like silent sentinels. Setting up camp helped ease my nerves. The physical activity of pitching my tent and organizing my supplies made the place feel more normal. I collected firewood, made dinner on my portable stove, and watched the daylight slowly fade. That's when things started to change. As twilight set in, I began hearing what I thought was the wind through the trees. Except there was no wind. The sound was like hushed conversation just below the threshold of understanding. At first, I tried convincing myself it was just the normal sounds of a forest at night, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. These were whispers, actual whispers that would rise and fall in volume like people trying to keep their voices down. By the time full darkness fell, the whispers had become unmistakable. They seemed to come from all directions at once, sometimes sounding like they were right behind me, other times like they were calling from deep in the forest. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone felt urgent, insistent. I tried to distract myself by reading on my Kindle, but the battery died, despite being fully charged before I left. My flashlight started flickering too, though I'd just put in new batteries. The fire I'd built was my only reliable source of light, and I found myself feeding it obsessively, terrified of being plunged into darkness. Around midnight, I heard something moving outside the circle of firelight. Not animal movements, these were deliberate, almost human footsteps circling my camp. I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" My voice sounded pathetically small in the vastness of the forest. The footsteps stopped immediately. Then, just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it, I heard a voice, clear and distinct, whisper, "Stay with us." It was so close it could have been someone whispering directly into my ear. I jumped up, spinning around, but saw nothing beyond the firelight. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the trees, the beam cutting weakly through the darkness. Nothing visible, but I could feel eyes on me from every direction. The whispering started again, louder now, a chorus of overlapping voices saying words I couldn't quite catch. I retreated to my tent, zipping it up as if the thin fabric could protect me. Inside, I curled up in my sleeping bag, putting in earbuds and playing music at full volume to drown out the whispers. It didn't help. The voices seemed to cut through the music, becoming a constant background noise that made my skin crawl. I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion because I woke to early morning light filtering through my tent. The whispers had stopped, and in the daylight my fear from the night before seemed ridiculous. I convinced myself I'd had some kind of auditory hallucination from being alone in an unfamiliar environment. After breakfast, instead of packing up and leaving like any sane person would, I decided to explore further. I wanted to prove to myself there was nothing supernatural about Black Hollow. I secured my campsite and hiked deeper into the forest, marking trees with bright orange surveyor's tape so I could find my way back. About a mile from my camp, I found something that made my blood run cold. An old cabin, half collapsed and covered in moss and vines. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The windows were empty black squares, and the door hung crookedly on one rusted hinge. Common sense told me to turn around, but curiosity pushed me forward. The floorboards creaked ominously as I stepped inside. The interior was a single room with the remnants of basic furniture, a metal bed frame, a table on its side, a wood stove in the corner. What disturbed me most were the walls. They were covered in hundreds of tally marks carved directly into the wood, along with crude drawings of elongated human figures standing among trees. As I was examining these markings, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, just a quick shadow passing by one of the windows. When I turned to look, nothing was there. Then I heard it again, that same whisper from the night before. "Stay with us." Only this time it was clearer, as if the speaker was gaining strength. I bolted out of that cabin and ran all the way back to my campsite, following my markers. The whole time, I felt like something was following just behind me, always just out of sight when I looked back. When I reached my clearing, I immediately started packing up. I didn't care that it would be dark before I could reach my car. I needed to get out of there. But darkness fell faster than it should have. It was only around 4 in the afternoon when the forest plunged into an unnatural twilight. The sun seemed to drop below the horizon in minutes rather than hours. I had my backpack ready, but suddenly leaving seemed more dangerous than staying put. I rebuilt my fire, making it larger than the previous night. As the flames grew, the whispering returned. This time there were distinct voices I could almost recognize, speaking just below the threshold of comprehension. The words "stay," "help," and "join" were repeated over and over. When I glanced toward the tree line, my heart nearly stopped. There were figures standing between the trees, dark humanoid shapes that were slightly too tall, slightly too thin to be human. They didn't move, just stood watching me. I counted 7 of them before I had to look away, my eyes watering from fear. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "What do you want?" The whispers grew louder in response, and one of the figures took a step forward into the dimming firelight. I still couldn't make out its features clearly. It was like looking at a person through frosted glass, but I could see enough to know it wasn't human. Its proportions were wrong, its movements jerky and unnatural. That was it. I grabbed my backpack, not caring about the rest of my gear, and ran. I had no flashlight. It had died completely, but pure adrenaline guided me as I crashed through the underbrush. The whispering followed, changing in tone from enticing to desperate. "Help us! Don't leave! Stay with us!" The voices were all around me now, some pleading, others angry. I kept running, branches whipping my face, roots trying to trip me. I had no idea if I was heading toward my car or deeper into the forest. All I knew was that I had to get away from those voices, those figures. After what felt like hours of blind panic, I emerged onto a rocky outcropping, a cliff edge. I skidded to a stop just before running right off it. Far below, I could see moonlight reflecting off what looked like a river. I was trapped. I turned to find another escape route and came face to face with them. The shadows had followed me, now forming a semicircle, cutting off any retreat. In the moonlight, I could finally see their faces for a split second, hollow-eyed, mouths frozen in silent screams, expressions of utter despair etched into features that might once have been human. One reached out toward me with impossibly long fingers. I backed up, feeling small rocks slip under my feet and tumble down the cliff face. I was cornered. In that moment of pure terror, my foot found a narrow path I hadn't noticed before, a steep, treacherous trail leading down the side of the cliff. Without thinking, I took it, half running, half sliding down the rocky slope. The shadows didn't follow down the path, but I could hear their whispers echoing off the cliff walls as I descended. I don't remember much of what happened next. Somehow I found my way back to a trail, then to my car. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I drove away, my rearview mirror showed only darkness behind me. I haven't told anyone about what happened until now. Who would believe me? I've tried researching Black Hollow again, looking for similar experiences or explanations, but the few mentions I found before have disappeared from the internet. The only evidence I have is a single photo of that turn back sign on my phone. Everything else, my tent, sleeping bag, most of my camping gear, is still there in that clearing. Sometimes at night, I still hear whispers at the edge of sleep. I don't know if they're memories or if something followed me out of that forest. All I know is that Black Hollow isn't just a place. It's hungry, and what it takes, it keeps. Story 16. I've always been a skeptic. My whole life, I've rolled my eyes at ghost stories and paranormal TV shows. My friends would get creeped out at those based on true events horror movies, and I'd be the one explaining how it was all just camera tricks and psychological suggestion. I'm an atheist. I believe in science and rational explanations, or at least I did until 3 weeks ago. My grandmother lives in this old house in Oak Ridge. It's been in our family for generations, one of those places with creaky floorboards and weird drafts, but I never thought anything of it. My girlfriend Sarah and I were visiting for the weekend, and since my grandmother's place only has one spare bedroom upstairs, which my parents were using, we were sleeping in the finished basement. The basement isn't that bad. There's a decent pull-out couch, a small bathroom, and it's actually pretty cozy despite being underground. We'd spent the day helping my grandmother with yard work, had dinner with the family, and then everyone went to bed around 10. Sarah and I stayed up watching Netflix on my laptop before she fell asleep around midnight. I wasn't tired yet, so I scrolled through Reddit for about an hour. Nothing unusual, just killing time. It was around 1 in the morning when I finally felt sleepy enough to put my phone down. I remember plugging it in, turning over to get comfortable and pulling the blanket up. That's when things got wrong. At first, it was actually pleasant. I felt this wave of relaxation wash over me, like when you're getting a massage and your entire body just gives in. It was so intense and sudden that I remember thinking it was strange, but I wasn't alarmed yet. Why would I be? It felt good. Then I noticed this humming sound in my left ear. Not loud, but persistent, like when you're near power lines. At the same time, there was this slower ringing in my right ear, almost like someone was running their finger around the rim of a wine glass, but deeper. The two sounds didn't match up. They were completely different frequencies, but somehow they felt connected. The weird part was that the more intense the sounds got, the more relaxed I felt. My body was getting heavier, sinking into the mattress, but my eyes were still open. I could see the dark ceiling of the basement, could make out the outline of the water pipes running along it. I tried to move my arm to shake Sarah awake because even though I felt good, something told me this wasn't normal. My arm wouldn't move. That's when I first thought, okay, this is sleep paralysis. I'd read about it but never experienced it. I told myself not to panic, that it would pass soon. But then I started seeing other rooms, not like I was physically in them, but like they were being projected onto the ceiling above me. I could see my grandmother's kitchen, her living room, the hallway upstairs, all at once, like looking at security camera feeds. Each room contained this pale, fuzzy silhouette, not clearly defined, just a vague human-shaped mass that seemed to emit a dim light. They weren't moving, just standing there, facing different directions. In that moment, everything changed. The euphoria vanished, replaced by the most intense terror I've ever felt. It wasn't just fear, it was this bone-deep understanding that I was in danger. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs, but I still couldn't move. Then came the pressure. It felt like my brain was being compressed from inside my skull, not like a headache pushing outward, but like someone had reached inside and was squeezing my brain tissue. It didn't hurt exactly, but the sensation was unbearable. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. The silhouettes started to move, not walking, just shifting position, turning toward me. Though I couldn't make out any faces, I knew they were looking at me. I knew they were aware I could see them. The ringing in my right ear got louder, more insistent, while the humming in my left became deeper, more resonant. The combination was physically uncomfortable, like the sounds were trying to synchronize but couldn't quite manage it. I don't know how long this lasted. It could have been minutes or hours. Time made no sense. What I do remember is how it ended. The pressure in my brain suddenly intensified, like it was being squished in a vise, and then snap. Everything stopped at once. I broke free from whatever was holding me down and sat bolt upright, gasping for air. My entire body was shaking, not like shivering from cold, but violent tremors that I couldn't control. My teeth were chattering so hard I was afraid they might crack, and I was drenched in sweat. Sarah woke up immediately. "Jeremy, what's wrong?" she asked, clearly freaked out by my state. I couldn't tell her. I don't know why, but the idea of putting what had just happened into words felt impossible. "We need to go upstairs," was all I managed to say between the tremors. "What?" "It's the middle of the night," she said, checking her phone. "It's 3 a.m. "Please," I insisted. "I can't stay down here." She must have seen something in my face because she didn't argue further. We grabbed our pillows and blankets and went up to the living room. I told her I'd had a nightmare, which wasn't entirely a lie. We settled on the couch, and eventually she fell back asleep. I didn't. I couldn't. I sat there watching the sun come up, still feeling aftershocks of those tremors every few minutes, still sensing a lingering pressure in my head. Here's the thing. I know what sleep paralysis is supposed to be like. I've read accounts, studied the science behind it. This wasn't that. In sleep paralysis, you're still in your room, maybe seeing a threatening presence, but you're aware of where you are. You don't see multiple rooms at once. You don't feel your brain being physically manipulated. And when sleep paralysis ends, it ends. You don't continue shaking for hours afterward. I've never done hallucinogens. There's no history of schizophrenia or seizure disorders in my family. I wasn't drunk or on medication. There's no rational explanation for what happened to me, and that's what terrifies me the most. The next morning, I made up some excuse about the basement being too stuffy, and we spent the rest of the weekend sleeping on the living room couch. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. How do you tell people something like this when you've spent your whole life being the rational one, the skeptic, the one who doesn't believe in the supernatural? But I can't stop thinking about it. Those silhouettes in the rooms, were they just hallucinations, or were they actually there, always there, and somehow I was briefly able to perceive them? What about the sounds, the humming and ringing that seemed to trigger the whole experience? And why did my brain feel like it was being physically manipulated? It's been 3 weeks, and I still get random body tremors sometimes, especially at night. Sometimes I think I hear that low humming starting again in my left ear, and I immediately turn on all the lights and put on music to drown it out. I'm afraid to go back to my grandmother's house. I'm afraid to sleep in basements. Most of all, I'm afraid of experiencing that brain pressure again, that sensation of something messing with my mind from the inside. The rational part of me still wants to believe there's a scientific explanation, maybe some kind of seizure or a bizarre reaction to carbon monoxide or some rare sleep disorder. But none of those explanations feel right. They don't account for everything I experienced. I used to be so certain about the world. I used to know where the boundaries were between possible and impossible. Now I don't know anything anymore. All I know is that something happened to me that night in that basement, something I can't explain, and the memory of it follows me everywhere. I keep wondering if it's going to happen again, if those silhouettes are watching me right now, waiting for me to let my guard down, if that pressure in my brain was just the beginning of something worse. Sometimes I think about going to a doctor, but what would I say? I think I saw ghosts and they squeezed my brain. They'd put me on antipsychotics before I finished the sentence. The worst part is, I'm starting to think I wasn't supposed to break free when I did, that whatever was happening wasn't finished, that maybe next time I won't be able to escape it. So now I lie awake most nights, fighting sleep, listening for that humming to start again, and wondering what the hell really happened to me in my grandmother's basement. Story 17. I've never been a big believer in ghosts or the paranormal. My mom's always been into that stuff, burning sage and talking about energies, but I always thought it was just her being dramatic. My dad's even more skeptical than I am. He's a total science guy, always looking for the logical explanation. So what happened last December completely threw me for a loop, and I still can't explain it. I'm 19, a college freshman, and I was finishing up my first semester finals. My mom and younger sister had gone to visit my aunt in Michigan for a week, but I couldn't go because I had exams. Dad stayed behind with me, which was nice because our house feels way too big when you're alone in it. It was a Friday night, and I was burnt out from studying all week. I was sitting in the living room with Dad, who was watching some documentary about space or something. I was scrolling through my phone and came across this Reddit thread about paranormal experiences, and I started reading some of the stories out loud to Dad. "Listen to this one," I said, laughing. "This guy claims his dead grandmother moved his keys from the counter to inside the refrigerator. Like, how do you not realize you accidentally put your keys in there yourself?" Dad shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Sophia, can we talk about something else?" I ignored him and kept reading. "Oh, and this one says they heard footsteps in their attic, but they live alone. Classic." "Sophia," Dad said more firmly, "I don't like those kinds of stories." I looked up, surprised. "Wait, are you actually scared of ghost stories?" "Dad, come on." He turned off the TV. "I'm not scared. I just don't see the point in talking about this nonsense. Don't you have some friends you can hang out with instead of playing video games and reading horror stories all weekend?" That caught me off guard. Dad usually doesn't care what I do with my free time. I guess I could call Tyler. We were going to hang out tomorrow anyway. "Why don't you see if you can go over tonight? It's Friday. You should be with friends, not cooped up in the house." It was weird. but I figured he was just sick of having me around or wanted some alone time, so I called Tyler and he said I could come over. We've been friends since elementary school and his parents are cool with me staying over sometimes. I packed an overnight bag and told Dad I'd be back tomorrow. As I was heading out the door, I couldn't resist. "Watch out for any ghosts tonight, Dad," I said with a smirk. His face got all serious. "That's not funny, Sophia." I rolled my eyes and left. Tyler and I just hung out, played some games, watched a movie, normal Friday night stuff. I didn't think much about Dad's reaction to the ghost stories, that is, until around 11 the next morning when my phone rang. It was Dad, and he sounded off. "Sophia, when are you coming home?" he asked, his voice tense. "I don't know, probably this afternoon." "Why?" "I need you to come home now." He paused. "There's something I need to talk to you about." "What's going on? Is everything okay?" He lowered his voice. "I heard things moving in your room last night. My first thought was that we had mice again. We dealt with them last winter." "Like mice?" "No, not mice. Just, can you please come home? I don't want to talk about this over the phone." I told Tyler something came up, and he drove me home. The whole ride, I was trying to figure out what could have happened. Dad's not the type to get worked up over nothing. When I got home, Dad was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that looked like it had gone cold. He looked like he hadn't slept much. "What's going on?" I asked, dropping my bag on the floor. He rubbed his face. "Last night, after you left, I was watching TV in my room. Around 1 in the morning, I started hearing footsteps in your room." I sat down across from him. "Footsteps? Like someone walking around?" "Yes. At first I thought it was just the house settling or something outside, but it kept happening, and it definitely sounded like it was coming from your room. I tried to ignore it, but after about 20 minutes, I got up to check." "And?" I asked, already feeling uneasy. "Your room was empty, of course." "I checked the closet and under the bed, even though I felt ridiculous doing it. I didn't see anything strange, so I closed your door and went back to my room." Dad took a sip of his cold coffee and grimaced. "About an hour later, I heard your door open. Maybe it wasn't closed properly." He shook his head. "No, I made sure it was latched. There's no way it opened on its own from a draft or something. Then..." He hesitated. "Then what?" I prompted. "Then I saw that toy of yours. The Toy Story dog with the spring. What's his name?" "Slinky Dog? I've had that since I was like 7. "Right, well, I saw it come out of your room, Sophia, by itself." I stared at him. "What do you mean, by itself?" "I mean it was moving on its own. You know how it has those little wheels on its paws? It was rolling, very slowly, out of your room. It stopped right at your doorway for a few seconds, and then..." He swallowed. "Then it turned like it was looking at me." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Dad, that's not possible." "I know it's not possible, but I saw it, and then it started moving again toward my room. It stopped right in front of my door, just sitting there. I didn't know what to say. Dad's not the type to make up stories or play pranks, and he looked genuinely shaken. "That's not all," he continued. "While this was happening, I heard laughter, like a child's laugh coming from your room. But there was nobody in there, Sophia." I checked again. My mouth felt dry. "Maybe you were dreaming, or half asleep?" "I wasn't asleep. I wish I was. After I heard the laugh, I couldn't go back to bed. I sat up with all the lights on until morning." We sat in silence for a minute. Part of me wanted to believe Dad was messing with me for teasing him about ghosts, but I could tell by his face that he wasn't joking. "Where's the toy now?" I asked. "I didn't touch it. It's still in the hallway where it stopped." I got up and walked to the hallway, and sure enough, there was my old Slinky Dog toy, positioned right in front of my dad's bedroom door. I hadn't played with this toy in years. It normally stays on a shelf in my closet. I picked it up, examining it. It looked normal, just a dusty old toy. "Maybe it fell off the shelf and rolled out," I suggested, not really believing it myself. Dad just gave me a look. Okay, let's test it, I said. I'll put it back in my room and we'll see if it moves again. I took the toy to my room and placed it on the floor near my closet. I positioned it so that if it moved even a little, we'd be able to tell. Then I went back to the kitchen where Dad was making a fresh pot of coffee. Now we wait, I guess, I said. Dad nodded. I don't think I want to spend another night here alone, Sophia. We spent the rest of the day trying to distract ourselves. Dad called Mom, but didn't mention anything about what happened. I think he didn't want to worry her, and honestly, what would he even say? Your daughter's toy is possessed. It sounds ridiculous. By bedtime, nothing had happened with the toy. It was exactly where I'd left it. Dad seemed relieved, but still on edge. He made sure all the doors and windows were locked, even checking them twice. I went to bed around midnight, and Dad was still up watching TV in the living room. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a sound in my room. It was the same sound Dad had described. Footsteps, but light ones, like a child walking. My heart started racing and I lay completely still, afraid to move. Then I heard another sound, a faint rolling noise, like plastic wheels on hardwood floor. I knew immediately what it was. My hand fumbled for my phone on the nightstand and I turned on the flashlight. The beam of light revealed my slinky dog toy, now sitting right next to my bed. It wasn't by the closet where I'd left it. It was beside my bed, facing me, its plastic eyes reflecting the light from my phone. And then I heard it, a soft, childlike giggle that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't a TV or a neighbor's kid or anything explainable. It was right there in my room, and yet there was no one there but me. My blood turned to ice. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The laughing stopped as suddenly as it had started, but the toy remained there, staring at me with its painted smile. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in fear, but eventually I gathered enough courage to get out of bed. I grabbed the toy, ran to Dad's room and woke him up. I was crying by then, completely terrified. He sat up immediately, fully alert, and I showed him the toy and told him what happened. We spent the rest of the night in the living room with all the lights on. Dad put the toy in a shoebox and taped it shut. When Mom and my sister came home 2 days later, we didn't tell them what happened. What would we even say? That was 6 months ago. The toy is still in that shoebox, locked in the back of my closet. Sometimes at night, I think I hear those same footsteps, but I pull the covers over my head and pretend I don't. Dad and I have an unspoken agreement not to talk about it, but sometimes I catch him looking at my closed bedroom door with this worried expression. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else, but I know what I heard, and I know the toy moved on its own. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and I'm alone in my room, I swear I can still hear that faint, childlike laughter. Story 18. I still get goosebumps typing this out. I've never shared the full story before, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. I grew up in this old converted ice storage building. You know, one of those places where they used to store massive blocks of ice before refrigerators were a thing. My parents moved us there when I was just a baby, so it's the only childhood home I knew. It was this massive brick structure with thick walls and high ceilings, the kind that keeps things cool naturally. Our apartment was on the 8th floor, and it always felt heavy somehow, like the air was dense with something I couldn't name. The first weird thing I remember happened when I was 4. I was supposed to be taking a nap, but was feeling stubborn that day. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard my mom's voice call my name. It wasn't muffled or distant. It was clear as day, like she was standing right outside my door. Emily? Just like that, in the exact tone she used when she wanted me to come to her. I remember feeling so relieved that nap time was over. I jumped out of bed and ran down the hallway to my mom's room. She was folding laundry on her bed, and when I bounded in, she looked up with this confused expression. "What are you doing up?" she asked. "You're supposed to be napping." "You called me," I said, completely certain. The look on her face changed from confusion to something else. Concern, maybe fear. "No, honey, I didn't call you." She tried to convince me I'd dreamed it, but I knew what I heard. It was her voice, exactly her voice. That was the first time I realized something was off about our apartment. After that, weird stuff started happening regularly. The bathroom was the worst. Our main bathroom had this old-fashioned black and white tile floor and a clawfoot tub, the kind that looks cool in photos but is actually a pain to clean. Whenever I was in there alone, I'd hear footsteps outside the door. Not just any footsteps, they were distinctive, like a woman wearing heels walking back and forth on the hardwood hallway. Click, clack, click, clack, a steady pace, like someone was patiently waiting for me to finish. The first few times, I thought it was my mom, so I'd call out, "I'll be done in a minute," but there was never an answer, just the continued pacing. Eventually, I'd get freaked out enough to open the door, and the hallway would be empty. The footsteps always stopped the instant I turned the doorknob. I told my parents about it, but they just exchanged these looks that said, "Kids and their imaginations." My dad tried to explain it away as pipes or the building settling, but pipes don't sound like high heels on hardwood. The scariest part wasn't the woman in heels, though. It was what I came to think of as the man with the big, rough hands. Sometimes, when I was alone in my room or walking down the hallway, I'd feel someone grab my shoulder or brush against my back. It always felt like large, calloused hands. A man's hands, not gentle or comforting, but aggressive, like someone trying to get my attention in a way that scared me. The weird thing was, this never happened when I could hear the woman's footsteps. It was like she was protecting me from him. I know that sounds crazy, but that's honestly how it felt. Like there were two presences in our apartment, one that meant me harm and one that was trying to keep me safe. When I was about 7, I started noticing this thing with my bedroom. I had this small wooden chair in the corner where I'd toss clothes sometimes. At night, I'd hear it creak like someone was sitting down in it. Not just once. It would creak and adjust multiple times, like a person shifting their weight. I'd freeze under my covers, afraid to look, but eventually, curiosity would win out. I'd peek over, and of course the chair was empty. But the creaking would continue, sometimes for hours. One night when I was 8, I was sitting on my bed reading a book when my big 90s-style headphones suddenly flew off my dresser. They didn't just fall, they launched like someone had swatted them hard. They landed right at my feet on the bed. My dresser was a good 6 feet away from my bed, so there's no way they just fell and bounced that far. I ran out of my room and refused to sleep there for 3 nights. My parents started getting concerned about my stories, as they called them. I overheard them talking one night about getting me to see someone, a child psychologist or something. That made me stop telling them about what was happening. I didn't want to be labeled as the weird kid with problems. So I started keeping it all to myself, which honestly made it worse because I had no one to validate what I was experiencing. The most terrifying encounter happened when I was 11. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. I had this little radio by my bed, and I was listening to it with the volume turned low so I wouldn't wake my parents. The room was dark, except for the dim glow from the radio display. I felt this sudden cold spot, like someone had opened a window in winter, except it was July and all the windows were closed. I looked toward the foot of my bed, and there they were, 2 small children, a boy and a girl, standing side by side holding hands. The boy looked about 9, the girl maybe 6. They were wearing these old-fashioned clothes that reminded me of pictures I'd seen in history books. The boy in shorts with knee socks and a cap, the girl in a dress with a pinafore over it. They weren't transparent or glowing or anything like that. They looked solid, like real kids, except for the clothes and the fact that they were in my bedroom at 2 a.m. They just stood there, staring at me with these expressionless faces. Not angry, not sad, just watching. I was too shocked to scream. After what felt like forever, I managed to say, "Hello?" My voice came out as a whisper. They didn't respond. They just started to fade, like someone was turning down their opacity until they were gone. The cold spot disappeared with them. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I kept the radio on and wrapped myself in every blanket I had despite the summer heat. I was terrified they'd come back, but they never did, at least not in that form. As I got older, the activity seemed to decrease. Maybe I just got better at ignoring it, or maybe whatever was there lost interest in me, but the feeling of being watched never fully went away. There were still occasional unexplained noises, items that would go missing and reappear in strange places, and that persistent sense that I wasn't alone even when I was. When I was 16, something happened that finally gave me some context for what I'd been experiencing all those years. Our building had this central open space, kind of like an atrium, with apartments built around the perimeter. Each floor had a railing overlooking this open area. One morning, we woke up to police everywhere. A man had committed suicide by jumping from the 8th floor, right in front of our door. He'd climbed over the railing and jumped to the ground floor below. I didn't see it happen, thank God, but the image was vivid in my mind anyway. After the police left and things quieted down, my mom finally told me some of the building's history. Apparently, deaths weren't uncommon there. Before it was converted to apartments in the 70s, it had been an ice storage facility where several workers had died in accidents. After the conversion, there had been at least 3 suicides, now 4, and 2 natural deaths in the building that she knew of. The revelation hit me like a truck. All those years, I thought I was imagining things or going crazy, but there was actually a reason for what I was experiencing. I started researching the building's history on my own, trying to find information about who might have lived and died there. I never found concrete evidence about who the children might have been, though the time period of their clothing suggested they could have been from the early 1900s, when the building was still used for ice storage. Perhaps they were the children of workers, or maybe they lived nearby and played in the building. As for the woman in heels, I have theories, but nothing definitive. The man with the rough hands, though, I'm almost certain that was the latest suicide victim. I know it sounds impossible since I'd felt his presence for years before he died, but the activity in the apartment changed after his death. The aggressive touching stopped completely. It was like his energy had been there all along, building up to that final desperate act. This is the part that still keeps me up at night. How could I have been haunted by someone who was still alive, unless he wasn't haunting me from beyond the grave, but from his own tortured mind while he was still living? Maybe his negative energy or intentions somehow manifested physically years before he actually died. I don't know if that's even possible, but it's the only explanation that makes any sense to me. We moved out of that apartment when I was 17, after my parents divorced. I've never experienced anything paranormal since. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if it was just the overactive imagination of a lonely child. But then I remember the sensation of those rough hands on my shoulder, the distinct sound of heels clicking on hardwood, and the cold, expressionless stares of those Victorian children. I'm 30 now, and I still can't sleep with my feet uncovered. I still check empty rooms before I enter them, and I still get chills whenever I hear footsteps outside a bathroom door. Whatever was in that apartment, whatever I lived with for all those years, it left its mark on me. I don't think I'll ever fully understand what happened there or why I was the one who experienced it. All I know is that sometimes places hold on to things, emotions, energy, trauma, and sometimes, if you're unlucky enough, you can feel them too. Story 19. I still can't believe I'm actually typing this out. My hands are shaking just thinking about it. And it's been 3 weeks. I haven't slept right since. Every time I close my eyes, I hear those whispers. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I've always been into hiking and outdoor stuff, nothing extreme, just weekend trips, some camping, that kind of thing. I follow a bunch of wilderness photography accounts and post my own mediocre attempts sometimes. That's how Ryan found me again after we lost touch after college. Ryan and I weren't super close back then, but we got along well in the same friend group. He messaged me out of nowhere about 6 months ago, commenting on a photo I'd posted from a hike near Mount Rainier. We started catching up, and he seemed really excited about this place called Blackwood he'd discovered, said it was pure wilderness, with incredible views and landscapes nobody ever photographs. "You have to come check it out," he kept saying. "It's untouched, like stepping back in time." He said he'd found an old cabin we could use as a base camp. The way he described it made it sound amazing. Pristine forests, hidden valleys, views that would change the way you see the world. After weeks of his enthusiastic messages, I finally agreed. I had some vacation time saved up, and honestly, it sounded perfect. Something off the beaten path, away from the Instagram crowds at the popular spots. We arranged to meet at a diner in this tiny town at the edge of the Blackwood region, literally the only place to eat for miles. The town itself was just a blip. Gas station, diner, a small grocery store, and maybe 20 houses. When I pulled up, I almost didn't recognize Ryan. He looked different, thinner, with this intense energy about him. His eyes were bright, almost feverish, and he couldn't stop talking about the place. "I've been exploring it for months," he said, gulping coffee. "There are places up there no one's been to in, I don't know, maybe centuries." I noticed a small wooden pendant around his neck, some kind of symbol carved into it that I didn't recognize. When I asked about it, he just touched it and said, "Found it up there. Cool, right?" before changing the subject. After lunch, I followed his truck and my car until the paved road ended. We transferred my gear to his vehicle, which had higher clearance, and headed up this rough dirt road that I swear wasn't on any map. The trees got thicker, older looking. The light changed, filtering through in this strange way that made everything look slightly off. "How'd you even find this place?" I asked. "Someone at work mentioned it," he said, focused on navigating the increasingly rough terrain. "Said his grandfather used to hunt here, but nobody goes anymore. Too remote, too easy to get lost." After almost 2 hours on that barely there road, we reached the cabin. Calling it a cabin was generous. It was ancient, gray, weathered logs with a partially collapsed roof on one side. It looked like something from the 1800s that time had forgotten. "Home sweet home," Ryan said, grinning like it was a luxury resort. The inside was basic but surprisingly intact. 2 small rooms, a wood stove, some crude furniture, no electricity, no plumbing. Ryan had stocked it with supplies, water jugs, canned food, lanterns. It was getting late, so we built a fire in the wood stove and had a simple dinner. Ryan kept talking about this ridge he wanted to take me to the next day. "There's something there I need to show you," he said, unfolding an old yellowed map. "Right here." He pointed to a spot he'd marked with a red X. "It'll blow your mind." I should have noticed how obsessed he seemed with it, how his hands trembled slightly when he talked about it. But I was tired from the drive and excited about exploring somewhere new. That night I woke up around 3 in the morning. The cabin was freezing despite the wood stove. I heard Ryan mumbling in his sleep, words I couldn't make out, and beneath that, something else, a sound like the wind, but not quite, almost like distant voices. I told myself it was just the trees outside, the old cabin settling, my mind playing tricks. Morning came with a thick blanket of fog. I'm talking pea soup, the kind where you can barely see 20 feet ahead. I suggested waiting for it to clear, but Ryan was weirdly insistent. "It'll burn off," he said, already packing his backpack. "And we want to get there by midday." I should have pushed harder to stay. That's what haunts me most. I should have trusted my gut. We set off around 8 in the morning. The forest was unnervingly quiet in the fog. No birds, no rustling animals, just our footsteps on the damp ground and our breath in the cold air. For the first hour, we followed what seemed like an old trail, though it was barely visible in places. Ryan moved with confidence, like he'd been there many times before. Then the trail disappeared completely. The trees changed too. They were older, massive things with blackened, twisted bark. Their branches reached out like skeletal arms, and the fog clung to them in ways that made shapes that would vanish when you looked directly at them. That's when I first heard the whispers. It was so faint at first that I thought it was just my imagination, a sound like multiple voices, too quiet to make out words, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stopped walking. "Do you hear that?" I asked Ryan. He turned, looking confused. "Hear what?" "That whispering sound." He shook his head. Just the wind in the trees. Come on, we're getting close. But there was no wind. The air was completely still, and as we pushed deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder. They seemed to follow us, moving around us, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. I kept stopping, turning, trying to locate the source, but Ryan just kept pushing forward, becoming increasingly impatient. "It's just the fog playing tricks with the acoustics," he said dismissively. "Happens up here all the time." The terrain became steeper, and the fog seemed to thin slightly as we climbed. After about 3 hours of hiking, we reached a clearing on a ridge. What I saw there still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was a perfect circle, maybe 60 feet across, completely free of trees. In the center was a hollow, not a hole exactly, but a depression in the ground that seemed darker than it should be, like it absorbed the light around it. Surrounding this hollow was a ring of standing stones, each about waist high, covered in carvings I'd never seen before, spirals, angles, shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly. The whispers were louder here, much louder, and they had a rhythm to them now, almost like chanting. Ryan walked straight toward the hollow, his face lit up with a kind of ecstasy that terrified me. "Isn't it incredible?" he said, his voice tight with excitement. "I told you it would change everything." I couldn't move. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from that place as possible. The dread was physical, like a weight pressing on my chest. "Ryan," I managed to say, "we shouldn't be here." He ignored me, kneeling by one of the stones, tracing the carvings with his fingers. "These symbols, they're so old, older than anything. Nobody knows who put them here." "How did you find this place?" I asked, still frozen at the edge of the clearing. He glanced back at me, and for a second I swear his eyes looked different, darker, with an emptiness that wasn't human. "It called me," he said simply. Then he laughed, a sound that didn't match his usual laugh at all. "Kidding. Like I said, heard about it from a guy at work." As Ryan examined the stones, the whispers grew into something like a roar in my ears, and then I saw it. Movement in the depths of the hollow, not something solid, but a shifting like oil on water or smoke underwater, shadows that moved with purpose. Then the ground trembled, not like an earthquake, more like something massive shifting deep below us. The fog around the clearing began to thicken unnaturally, coiling like smoke, moving against the air currents and the trees. God, the trees seemed to close in, their branches reaching toward us. "Ryan!" I shouted. "We need to go. Now!" He looked up, and for a moment his face showed confusion, like he was waking from a trance. Then he saw what I saw, the shadows rising from the hollow, taking shape in the air, forms that made no sense, constantly shifting, but somehow watching us. Ryan's face went pale. He scrambled to his feet and backed away from the hollow. The whispers had become a single voice now, speaking words in a language I couldn't understand, but somehow knew were ancient and terrible. We ran. There's no other way to describe it. Pure, blind panic. We crashed through the forest, not caring about the trail, just trying to get away from that clearing. The fog swirled around us, thick enough to choke on, and the trees seemed to move, blocking our path, forcing us to change direction. I swear we ran for hours, though my watch later told me it was only 45 minutes. The forest warped around us, paths appearing and disappearing, distances stretching and contracting in impossible ways. At one point I lost sight of Ryan and felt a hand grab my arm. I nearly screamed until I realized it was him, his face streaked with tears and blood from branches that had whipped across his cheeks. "Don't look back," he kept saying. "Whatever you do, don't look back." I don't know how we found the cabin again. By all logic, we were running in the wrong direction. But suddenly there it was, appearing out of the fog like it had moved to find us. We burst through the door and barricaded it, though what good a wooden door would do against what followed us, I don't know. We didn't speak for hours, just sat there, listening to the sounds outside, the whispers that circled the cabin, the scratching on the walls like branches or fingers, the occasional thump on the roof. Ryan had thrown his wooden pendant into the wood stove the moment we got back, watching it burn with a look of horror on his face. When dawn finally came, the fog was gone and the forest was silent again. We packed our things without discussion and left Blackwood. Neither of us looked back. Ryan and I haven't talked about what happened. He texted once, just saying I'm sorry, and then nothing. He's deleted all his social media accounts. I tried calling last week, but his number is disconnected. I still don't know what we encountered in that hollow. Something ancient, something that had been waiting, something that I fear is still waiting. Not just for Ryan and me, but for anyone who ventures too deep into Blackwood. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still hear those whispers. They're clearer now, like they're trying to tell me something, like they want me to come back. Story 20. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. Dallas to St. Louis, Chicago to Miami, Seattle to San Diego. You name a route, I've probably driven it. But what happened to me last October on I-44 in Missouri, I still can't explain it. I don't talk about it much because people think I'm crazy or making it up, but I need to get this off my chest. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap. When other drivers would share stories at truck stops about strange lights in the sky or phantom hitchhikers, I'd just nod and think they were tired or had one too many coffees to stay awake. That was before. It was mid-October, around the 15th, I think. I was hauling a load of auto parts from Dallas to St. Louis, pretty routine stuff. I prefer driving at night, less traffic, cooler temperatures, and I've always been a night owl anyway. Left Dallas around 7 in the evening, planning to drive straight through. The first few hours were completely normal. Just me, my thermos of coffee, and the highway stretching out ahead. I was about 2 hours into Missouri on I-44 when things started getting weird. It was around 1 in the morning, that dead time when you barely see another vehicle for miles. The moon was nearly full that night, lighting up the countryside in this eerie silver glow. I remember thinking how peaceful it was. That's when I first noticed something moving at the edge of my vision. At first, I thought it was a deer about to jump across the road. Happens all the time, and hitting one can ruin your whole day. But this was bigger, more like a person-sized shape. When I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I blinked hard and slapped my face a couple times. "Wake up, Jake," I told myself. I wasn't particularly tired, but when you're alone on the road at that hour, your mind can play tricks. I cranked up the radio and opened my window a crack to let the cold air keep me alert. Maybe 10 minutes later, my CB radio suddenly crackled to life. I hadn't been monitoring it. Wasn't much point on a quiet night, and I hadn't touched the thing, but there it was, this voice coming through with lots of static. "Watch out for him." Just that. 3 words, faint but clear enough to understand. I picked up the handset. "Come back on that? Who am I watching for?" No response. "This is Roadrunner heading north on I-44. Who's out there?" Still nothing. I figured it was probably bleed over from another frequency or maybe someone was messing around, but it felt directed at me somehow. I can't explain why. Right after that, fog started rolling in. Not gradually like normal fog. This stuff seemed to appear out of nowhere, thick and disorienting. 1 minute I had clear visibility, the next I could barely see 20 feet ahead. I slowed down to about 40 miles per hour, which is dangerously slow on an interstate, but I didn't have much choice. That's when I saw him for the first time, just at the edge of my headlight's reach, standing on the shoulder of the road, a man in what looked like a long dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat. He wasn't moving, just standing there facing the highway. I couldn't make out his face. It was like his features were hidden in shadow despite my bright headlights hitting him directly. I instinctively slowed down even more, thinking maybe it was a stranded motorist, but something felt off. He wasn't signaling for help, wasn't moving at all, just watching. As I passed him, I glanced in my mirror to look back, and he was gone, completely gone. There was nowhere he could have gone that quickly. Just open fields on that stretch. My heart was pounding now. I'm not easily spooked, but being alone in heavy fog with whatever the hell that was, it got to me. I decided to pull into the next truck stop, which should have been about 15 miles ahead according to my GPS. The fog made that 15 miles feel like 50. I white-knuckled the steering wheel the whole way, scanning the roadside constantly. I kept thinking I saw movement in my peripheral vision, but every time I looked directly, there was nothing there. I finally reached the truck stop, one of those old-school places with a diner attached, not one of the big chains. There were only a couple other trucks in the lot. I parked, sat there for a minute, just breathing, then headed inside for coffee and a chance to collect myself. The diner was nearly empty, just a waitress behind the counter and an old man sitting in a booth nursing a mug of something. I took a seat at the counter and ordered coffee. "You look like you've seen a ghost," the waitress said, not unkindly. "Just the fog," I replied. Came out of nowhere. The old man in the booth looked over at me. "You coming from the south?" he asked. I nodded. He got up, coffee in hand, and moved to sit on the stool next to me. Up close I could see he was probably in his 70s, with a weathered face and the calloused hands of someone who'd worked hard all his life. "You're heading into what locals call Dead Man's Curve," he said. "About 20 miles up the road. I've driven I-44 plenty of times and never heard of any Dead Man's Curve." "What makes it so dead?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Been a lot of accidents there over the years. More than natural, if you know what I mean." He took a sip of his coffee. "Truckers especially. They report seeing things before the crashes, phantoms on the roadside, picking up hitchhikers that aren't really there." Great, a local ghost story. Just what I needed. But I couldn't help asking, what kind of phantoms? Different things. Some see people they know who've passed on, others see. He hesitated. Others see a man, standing by the road, sometimes in the road. The coffee suddenly felt cold in my stomach. "A man in a hat?" I asked. The old man's eyes widened slightly. "You've seen him." "Maybe, and I got a weird message on my CB too. Someone saying, 'Watch out for him.'" The old man's face went pale. He set his mug down with a shaking hand. "That's the warning," he said quietly. "It always starts with the warning on the radio. Then the fog. Then him." "Who is he supposed to be?" "Nobody knows for sure. Some say he's the ghost of a trucker who died on that stretch back in the 60s. Others think he's something else, something that was never human. But seeing him," he shook his head, "it's a bad sign. The man in the hat, he's like a harbinger, shows up before bad things happen." I didn't want to believe any of this, but the fear in the old man's eyes was genuine. So what am I supposed to do? I've got a delivery to make. "If I were you, I'd wait till morning. Don't drive that stretch at night, especially not in fog." I checked my watch. Nearly 3 a.m. My delivery wasn't expected until noon. I could afford to wait a few hours. "Maybe I'll catch some sleep in my cab," I said. The old man nodded. "Smart move." I paid for my coffee and headed back to my truck. Tried to sleep but couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. Around 5 a.m., I noticed the fog had lifted completely. The sky was starting to lighten with pre-dawn. I figured it was safe enough to get back on the road. Big mistake. The first 20 minutes were fine. No fog. Light traffic starting to pick up. I was beginning to think the whole thing had been my imagination mixed with an old man's superstition. Then my radio crackled again. No voice this time, just static that kept getting louder and louder until I had to turn the damn thing off. The moment I did, I felt the temperature in the cab drop. My breath started fogging in front of my face. Up ahead, standing in the middle of my lane, was the man in the hat. I hit the brakes hard, felt the trailer trying to jackknife behind me. The truck skidded on the asphalt, the smell of burning rubber filling the cab. I was heading straight for him, no way to avoid impact. But just before I would have hit him, he vanished. My truck came to a stop, partly blocking both lanes. Thankfully, there was no other traffic right then. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the wheel. Then I felt it, a cold sensation on the back of my neck, like someone breathing on me. Slowly, I turned to look at the passenger seat. He was sitting right next to me. I still couldn't see his face clearly. It was like looking at a deep shadow, even though the interior lights were on. But I could make out a smile, not a friendly one. The kind of smile a predator might have before it pounces. I must have blacked out. Next thing I remember, it was full daylight, and a state trooper was knocking on my window. Apparently a passing motorist had reported a truck stopped in the middle of the highway with the driver slumped over the wheel. The trooper thought I'd fallen asleep driving. I didn't correct him. What was I going to say? That I'd seen a ghost? That it had been sitting in my cab? They checked me out for a concussion or other medical issues but found nothing. I was allowed to continue my journey after a stern warning about driving while fatigued. I made my delivery in St. Louis on time, but I was a mess. Couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, checking my mirrors, scanning the roadside. I kept the radio off the whole way. That was 6 months ago. I've avoided I-44 since then, taking longer routes if necessary. I've tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion, maybe even a mini stroke or something that made me hallucinate. But deep down, I know what I saw. And I know he's still out there, standing on that dark stretch of highway they call Dead Man's Curve, waiting for the next driver who thinks the supernatural is just stories told by tired truckers at 3 in the morning. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up feeling cold, like someone's in the room with me. And in those moments between sleep and wakefulness, I swear I can hear static and that same voice whispering, "Watch out for him." I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't passed out. Where was he taking me? What happens to the drivers who don't make it through Dead Man's Curve? I don't want to find out. And if you're ever driving I-44 through Missouri at night and you see fog rolling in out of nowhere, turn around, find another route. Don't become another story they tell at truck stops. Story 21. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 3 months since I fled Austin, and I still wake up in cold sweats hearing those chants in my head. Last summer, I finally achieved my dream of home ownership, a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet Austin suburb called Oak Ridge Estates. Nothing fancy, but it was mine. The neighborhood looked like something from a real estate brochure. Manicured lawns, friendly neighbors walking their dogs, kids riding bikes. Picture perfect, almost. The Harrison house stood out like a rotting tooth in a perfect smile. While every other home on Sycamore Lane gleamed with fresh paint and seasonal decorations, the Harrison place looked abandoned. Peeling yellow paint, windows perpetually covered by heavy curtains, and a yard that looked more like a jungle than a lawn. The vines had practically swallowed the front porch. When I asked my realtor about it during the final walkthrough, she just shrugged. "Some folks aren't as house-proud as others," she said, quickly changing the subject to my granite countertops. I should have pressed harder. My first week in the house was uneventful. I unpacked, arranged furniture, and met a few neighbors who brought welcome baskets and restaurant recommendations. Nobody mentioned the Harrisons. It was like there was an unspoken agreement to pretend that eyesore didn't exist. Then came my second night. I was drifting off to sleep around 11:30 when I heard it, a steady, rhythmic thumping sound. At first I thought someone was doing late-night home repairs, annoying but nothing sinister. But then I heard the chanting, low, guttural sounds that didn't resemble any language I recognized. I got out of bed and followed the noise to my guest bedroom window, which faced the Harrison house. The sound was definitely coming from there. Their windows were still covered, but I could see dim light seeping through the edges of the curtains. The thumping continued for exactly 47 minutes. I timed it, before stopping abruptly mid-beat. The sudden silence felt more unsettling than the noise. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd overreacted. Old houses make weird noises. Maybe they were watching a foreign movie with the volume too high. I pushed it from my mind and focused on setting up my home office. But the same thing happened the next night, and the next. Always starting at 11:30, always lasting exactly 47 minutes. After a week, I finally saw them, the Harrisons. I was collecting my mail when a tall, painfully thin man emerged from the house. He wore a button-up shirt despite the 100-degree Texas heat, buttoned all the way to his throat. His skin was so pale it looked almost translucent in the sunlight. Behind him was a woman I presumed to be Mrs. Harrison, equally tall and thin, with long grey hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch her skin. They didn't acknowledge me or anyone else as they loaded several large unmarked boxes into their rusted station wagon. The following night, we had a neighborhood-wide power outage. Texas summers strain the grid, so it wasn't unexpected. I lit some candles and was reading by flashlight when I noticed something odd. There were lights coming from the Harrison house. Not candles or flashlights, but actual electric lights, flickering in patterns that made no sense. I grabbed my phone and walked to my fence line. The flickering continued, almost strobe-like, and the thumping sound was louder than ever. Curiosity got the better of me. I crossed the street and approached their front yard, telling myself I was just checking if they had a generator I could borrow. From up close, I could see a small gap in the curtains where they didn't quite meet. I know I shouldn't have looked. Every horror movie ever made has taught us not to peek through strangers' windows, but I did. What I saw still haunts me. The living room furniture had been pushed against the walls, creating a large open space. At least 7 people stood in a circle, including the Harrisons. They were moving in frantic, jerking motions that looked painful rather than choreographed. In the center of the circle was something. I couldn't make it out clearly through the gap, just that it was dark and seemed to be pulsing. I must have made a noise because Mrs. Harrison suddenly turned toward the window. Her eyes locked with mine, and I swear to God her pupils were completely dilated, just black circles in her gaunt face. I ran home and double-locked every door and window. The power came back on around 3 in the morning. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, I was shocked to see the Harrison yard had been completely transformed. The overgrown grass was cut, the weeds pulled, the vines trimmed back from the house. It looked almost normal, except for the bizarre symbols I noticed had been carved into their front door, symbols that matched what I'd glimpsed in that room the night before. Over the next few days, Mr. Harrison spent hours digging in their backyard. Not casual gardening, but methodical, precise digging. He would measure areas with string and stakes before breaking ground, then dig perfect rectangular holes about 3 feet deep. When he finished each one, he would fill it back in and start another. From my upstairs window, I could see he'd created a pattern across their entire yard. Once, he caught me watching. He stopped mid-shovel, straightened his back with unnatural stiffness, and stared directly at me. He didn't blink. Not once. He just fixed me with this challenging, knowing stare until I backed away from my window. The nightly ritual continued, but now it was accompanied by something new: wailing. High-pitched, mournful sounds that couldn't possibly be coming from human throats. After a particularly bad night when the wailing lasted until dawn, I called the police. 2 officers showed up, listened politely to my concerns, and knocked on the Harrisons' door. Mr. Harrison answered, perfectly composed in another buttoned-up shirt. I watched from my porch as they spoke briefly. The officers nodded, looked back at me with what seemed like pity, and left without taking any action. No evidence of any disturbance, one told me as they returned to their car. Mr. Harrison says they're just having family gatherings. Says his wife's relatives are visiting from overseas. I knew they were lying. Whatever was happening wasn't family game night. Things escalated about 4 weeks after I moved in. I came home from grocery shopping to find a weathered leather notebook on my front porch. It wasn't there when I left. I picked it up, assuming it was misdelivered mail. It wasn't. The notebook contained page after page of those same symbols I'd seen on their door, intricate drawings of circles within circles, and what looked like anatomical sketches, but of creatures that don't exist. Creatures with too many limbs, elongated necks, and features that shifted the longer I stared at them. And then I found it, a page with my name written in jagged handwriting, alongside what appeared to be a crude map of my house, with an X marked in what would be my bedroom. I went straight to the police station this time. The officer on duty flipped through the notebook with obvious skepticism. Could be kids playing a prank, he suggested, handing it back to me. Or maybe it's some art project. There's no direct threat here. What about the map of my house? I demanded. That's not threatening? He shrugged. It's a rectangle with some lines in it. Could be any house. Look, unless there's a specific threat or you witness a crime, there's not much we can do. I left feeling more alone than ever. That night, the ritual started earlier, 10 o'clock, and the chanting was louder, more urgent. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to understand what was happening. After the lights in the Harrison house finally went dark around 2 in the morning, I made a decision I still regret. I waited until 4 a.m., when the neighborhood was completely silent. Dressed in dark clothes, I crept across the street and around to the back of their property where I'd noticed a small shed. The lock was old and simple. I'm not proud of it, but I picked it with a paperclip technique I'd learned from YouTube during a lockout at my old apartment. The smell hit me first, like copper and rotting meat and something else I couldn't identify. My phone flashlight revealed shelves lined with jars containing murky liquids and what looked like preserved specimens. A table dominated the center of the shed, covered in candles arranged in a familiar circle pattern. Underneath the table were stacks of books, ancient-looking volumes with worn leather bindings. I pulled one out and nearly dropped it when I saw the title, Summoning the Ancients, Gateway Rituals of the Inner Circle. The pages contained the same symbols from the notebook, but with detailed instructions written in faded ink. I couldn't understand most of it, but phrases jumped out at me. Blood offering, thinning of barriers, the 7-night cycle. One page showed a calendar with the current month, certain dates circled in red, including tomorrow. I heard a noise outside and quickly replaced the book. As I turned to leave, my flashlight beam caught something hanging from the ceiling, a crude mobile made of small bones and feathers, turning slowly though there was no breeze. I fled back to my house, hands shaking so badly I could barely lock my door. I packed an overnight bag, called in sick to work, and drove to a hotel 20 miles away. I needed distance to think. The next morning, I returned home determined to gather evidence that the police couldn't ignore. I brought my DSLR camera with a zoom lens and set up a surveillance spot in my guest room. But when I focused on the Harrison house, something was different. The curtains were open, all of them, and the house looked empty. Not just unoccupied, but completely bare. I watched for hours. No movement, no sign of the Harrisons. Around sunset, I saw a police car pull up, then another, then an unmarked sedan. I grabbed my jacket and hurried across the street. Yellow police tape already stretched across the Harrison property. An officer stopped me at the perimeter. "What's happening?" I asked. "You live nearby," he countered. I pointed to my house. "Right there. Those people, the Harrisons, they've been doing something strange, rituals or something." The officer exchanged looks with his colleague. "Sir, this house has been officially abandoned for over a year. The bank foreclosed on it last summer. There are no Harrisons." My blood ran cold. "That's impossible. I've seen them. Talked to them. They were here last night. We're responding to a call from a bank representative who came to check on the property before a showing tomorrow. Found signs of squatters or vandals." I pushed past him, ignoring his protests, and looked through the front window. The house was completely empty, not just of people, but of any furniture, any sign of habitation. The floors were thick with dust, except for those circular patterns I'd seen them making. "See these?" I said desperately, pointing at the patterns. This is what they were doing, some kind of ritual. A detective approached, introducing herself. I told her everything, the chanting, the digging, the notebook with my name. She listened more patiently than the others had. "We'll look into it," she promised. "But our records show no one named Harrison has owned this property in over 20 years." They let me walk through the house with them. No furniture, no books, no signs anyone had lived there recently, except those disturbing patterns in the dust and strange symbols carved into the baseboards. The shed was empty too. No jars, no books, no bone mobile. I moved out the next day, broke my lease, took the financial hit. I couldn't stay there knowing what had happened, or what might have been planned for the night I fled to the hotel. I still have the notebook. Sometimes the symbols seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them. Twice now, I've dreamed of that circle in the Harrison living room and what might have been forming in the center of it. I wake up tasting copper and hearing that rhythmic thumping. The police investigation found nothing conclusive. No records of the Harrisons, no explanation for what I saw, no answers about what they were trying to summon or why they selected my house, selected me as part of their plan. Sometimes I think I imagine the whole thing, but then I open that notebook and see my name, and I know it was real. Whatever ritual they were performing, whatever they were trying to bring through, I interrupted it by fleeing that night. At least I hope I did. I still check the local Austin news occasionally, looking for unexplained events or disappearances near my old neighborhood. So far, nothing. But I can't shake the feeling that the Harrisons, whoever or whatever they really were, are continuing their work somewhere else, and someday they might complete it. Story 22. I've been driving trucks for 23 years now. Coast to coast, north to south, I've seen it all. Blizzards in the Rockies, floods in the Midwest, traffic nightmares in every major city. But nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to what happened to me last month on the dead stretch. That's what us truckers call that 50-mile section of Highway 59 in East Texas. Most people driving through wouldn't notice anything special about it. Just another lonely stretch of asphalt cutting through pine forests. But drivers talk, and there's been stories about that road for decades. Weird shit that happens after dark. Radios going haywire, strange figures on the roadside, trucks breaking down for no reason. I always laughed it off. Ghost stories to keep rookie drivers awake during long hauls, you know? I'm not laughing anymore. I was hauling refrigerated goods from Laredo up to Memphis. Pretty standard run. I'd done it dozens of times before, usually cutting through the dead stretch during daylight hours. But I was behind schedule. A loading delay in Laredo had me running about 4 hours late. As I approached the dead stretch, my dashboard clock hit 11:45 p.m. The first thing I noticed was how dark it got. I mean pitch black. The kind of darkness that seems to swallow your headlights. The trees on both sides of the highway were these skeletal shapes, branches reaching up like bony fingers against the night sky. I remember thinking they looked almost desperate, like they were trying to claw their way out of something. I flipped on my CB radio, hoping to catch some chatter from other drivers to keep me company. Nothing but static. Not unusual in remote areas, but still annoying. I tried a few channels, adjusted the squelch, but the static just got worse until it died completely. Fine, I thought, I've got my playlist. I hit play on my phone, but the Bluetooth connection to my truck's system cut out immediately. Even the FM radio was nothing but white noise. So there I was, just me and the rumble of my Peterbilt's engine. I rolled down the window to let the cool night air keep me alert. That's when I noticed the silence. If you've ever been on a rural highway at night, you know there's always some noise, crickets, frogs, distant traffic, something, but there was absolutely nothing, just the sound of my tires on asphalt. I was about 15 miles into the dead stretch when something darted across the road. My headlights caught it for just a second. It wasn't a deer or coyote. The movement was all wrong. It was almost human, but not quite. Too quick, too jerky, and it seemed twisted somehow, like its limbs weren't right. I blinked hard, convinced it was just fatigue playing tricks on my eyes. "Keep it together, Jake," I said out loud, just to hear a human voice. 4 more hours to Memphis, then you can crash." That's when my temperature gauge spiked into the red. No warning, no gradual increase. 1 minute everything was fine, the next I'm looking at an overheating engine. I cursed, slowing down and pulling onto the shoulder. In 23 years of driving, I've never had a breakdown on this stretch. And now, here I was, alone in the middle of the night. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and climbed down from the cab. The silence hit me like a physical force. No wind, no distant traffic, nothing, just absolute stillness. I popped the hood and shined my light on the engine. No visible leaks. Coolant level was fine. Everything looked normal, which made no sense with the gauge reading so high. I was leaning in for a closer look when my CB radio suddenly crackled to life inside the cab. I froze. The sound was barely audible, but in that silence, it might as well have been a gunshot. I climbed back into the cab and picked up the handset. "This is Roadrunner. Anybody copy?" I said, using my old handle. Static, then what sounded like breathing, then a voice. Low, guttural, barely a whisper. "Come back." My skin crawled. "Who's this? You got a 20? Nothing but static again. I was about to chalk it up to crossed signals when I realized something. I hadn't turned the CB back on after it died. The power light wasn't even on, but somehow it had spoken to me. I got out of the truck again, feeling exposed and vulnerable in a way I never had before. I swept my flashlight around, half expecting to see someone watching me from the tree line. The beam caught something about 30 yards ahead, something pale swaying slightly above the road. I almost didn't approach it. Every instinct told me to get back in my truck and drive, engine problems be damned. But I've always been the practical type. The logical explanation was that someone had hung something from a road sign, maybe a prank to scare drivers. I walked toward it, my boots crunching too loudly on the gravel shoulder. As I got closer, my flashlight revealed more details, and my heart started hammering against my ribs. It wasn't hanging from a road sign. It was hanging from a tree branch that extended over the highway, and it wasn't a thing. It was a person, a body, swaying slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. The body was bloated, the face distorted, but I could see it was a man in what remained of a flannel shirt and jeans. His eyes were open, bulging, and seemed to be looking right at me. I ran back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. Once inside, I locked all the doors and tried to start the engine. To my shock, it started immediately, the temperature gauge now showing completely normal readings. I threw it into gear and hit the gas, not even caring about checking for traffic. The tires squealed as I pulled back onto the highway. In my rearview mirror, I could see the hanging figure growing smaller, still swaying gently. My CB crackled again. "Come back." The voice was louder now, more insistent. I reached over and physically unplugged the unit, yanking the cord from the back. The voice stopped. I was doing almost 90, pushing my rig harder than I should have, desperate to get out of the dead stretch. My headlights barely seemed to illuminate 20 feet ahead, as if the darkness was getting thicker, more resistant. That's when I saw the headlights in my mirror. They appeared suddenly, already close behind me. I hadn't seen any vehicles for miles, hadn't heard an engine approach, but there they were, gaining on me fast. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white. The vehicle behind me flashed its high beams, then pulled into the left lane to pass. As it drew alongside, I glanced over and felt the blood drain from my face. It was a '67 Ford Fairlane dark green, slightly rusted around the wheel wells. I knew that car. It was my father's car, the same one he died in when I was 12. The exact same car down to the dent in the passenger door from when he'd backed into a fire hydrant. The driver turned to look at me. I couldn't see his face clearly, just a silhouette, but I knew it was him. Then the Fairlane accelerated, cut in front of me too close, and I had to slam on my brakes. My phone chimed with a text message. I glanced down at the screen. "Unknown number, you can't leave." The Fairlane had disappeared. I blinked, wondering if I'd imagined it, when my headlights caught something in the road ahead. A figure standing directly in my path. I swerved hard, the trailer fishtailing behind me. I fought the wheel, narrowly avoiding a jackknife, and somehow managed to straighten out. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I checked my mirrors, but the road behind me was empty. No figure, no car, nothing, just darkness. I tried to calm myself, taking deep breaths. "It's not real," I said aloud. "You're tired. Your mind is playing tricks." Then my phone chimed again. Unknown number. "We've been waiting for you, Jake. How did they know my name?" I threw the phone onto the passenger seat, not wanting to look at it anymore. The radio suddenly came on by itself, blasting static so loud it made me jump. Through the static, I could hear voices, whispers, dozens of them, overlapping. "Come back. Join us. You belong here." I punched the power button, but the voices continued. I yanked the fuse for the radio system, and finally, the sound died. The headlights appeared behind me again. This time, when I looked in the mirror, it wasn't just the Fairlane. There were at least a dozen vehicles, old cars, trucks, even a school bus with dark windows, all moving in perfect formation, all with their high beams on, blinding me. I pushed my truck harder, the engine screaming in protest. The speedometer climbed, 95, 100, 105, way too fast for a fully loaded semi, but I was beyond caring about safety at that point. The procession of vehicles kept pace effortlessly. The Fairlane pulled alongside me again. This time the window rolled down and the driver turned to face me fully. It was my father, exactly as I remembered him, but with a grayish tint to his skin and eyes that reflected my headlights like an animal's. He smiled and his teeth were wrong. Too many, too sharp. Then he pointed ahead. I looked forward and saw that the highway had changed. Instead of continuing straight, it now curved sharply, impossibly, forming what looked like a perfect circle. I was driving on a loop that hadn't been there before, with no exits, no way off. My phone rang. The caller ID showed my father's name, though he'd been dead for 35 years. I didn't answer. It kept ringing, unrelenting. The digital clock on my dashboard read 12:33 a.m., then 12:33 again and again. Time had stopped or was repeating, I couldn't tell which. The radio came back on, even with the fuse removed. This time it wasn't static or whispers. It was my father's voice, exactly as I remembered it. "Jake, why'd you leave me there? You could have helped me." I gripped the wheel so tight my fingers went numb. "You were already dead," I whispered. There was nothing I could do. My father had died in a car accident when I was 12. I was with him, in the passenger seat. He'd been thrown through the windshield. I survived with barely a scratch. For years, I blamed myself for not somehow saving him, though logically, I knew there was nothing a 12-year-old could have done. "You left me to die alone," the radio said. "Now you'll know what that feels like." The truck's engine suddenly cut out. All electrical systems died. The truck rolled to a stop in the middle of the highway. Around me, the procession of ghostly vehicles formed a circle, headlights all pointing inward, illuminating my truck in their center. I sat there, paralyzed, as figures began to emerge from the vehicles. They moved wrong, like puppets with half their strings cut. Some were clearly dead, injuries visible even from a distance. Others looked almost normal until they got closer, and I could see the emptiness in their eyes. They surrounded my truck, silent, watching. Among them was the hanging man I'd seen earlier, rope still around his neck, the end dangling down his back, and at the front, emerging from the Fairlane, was my father. He approached my door and placed his hand on the window. His skin had a bluish tint, and I could see the bones of his fingers too clearly, as if the skin was just a thin membrane stretched over them. "We've been waiting for you," he said, his voice somehow inside the cab with me. "Everyone who dies on the dead stretch stays on the dead stretch. And you, Jake, you're already one of us, have been since that night in the Fairlane. You just don't remember yet." I covered my ears, shut my eyes tight, repeating to myself that none of this was real. When I finally looked again, my father's face was pressed against the window, his breath fogging the glass. Except the fog was black, like smoke or ink. "You died with me, son," he said. "You just don't know it yet." I screamed then, a primal sound I didn't know I could make. I slammed my hands against the horn, the dash, anything to make noise, to drown out his words. And then, silence. I opened my eyes. I was still in my truck, but it was morning. Sunlight filtered through the trees. My engine was running, the temperature gauge normal. I was parked on the shoulder of Highway 59 at the end of the dead stretch. According to my phone, it was 6:17 a.m. According to my logbook, I'd entered the dead stretch at 11:45 p.m. and somehow lost over 6 hours. I pulled back onto the highway and drove to the nearest truck stop. I told myself it had been a vivid hallucination, brought on by fatigue. But when I went to shower and change, I found a thin, perfectly circular bruise around my neck, like a rope burn. I quit driving after that, sold my rig, took a loss. I can't explain what happened that night, but sometimes my phone will ring with no caller ID, and all I'll hear is my father's voice saying, "Come back." And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I feel like I'm still on that highway, driving in an endless loop surrounded by the dead, and I wonder if maybe I never left at all.